Eh, vamos a ver. Nos vamos a colocar de una manera. Ya. Sí, buenas tardes. Vamos a ver si nos coordinamos. Los voy a poner en posiciones estratégicas, pues para tener diversidad. Así que los voy a llamar por nombre. Eh, Ingeniero Tomás Vélez, por favor, aquí. Orsini, si puede sentarse aquí con el ingeniero Vélez. Aquí tengo dos. El licenciado Párez, por favor, si se puede sentar en aquella esquina al lado del profesor. Necesito, ¿quién más de la utilidad tengo por ahí? ¿Vienen por ahí, no? Ok, listo. Caballero, si no se puede sentar por acá, a RMI lo puedo tener también con el señor. Aquí también necesito algo de utilidad. Vamos a tener, I think we're going to have about 3 groups. Oh, we're just going to sit them all. Okay. So, um, we got enough time. Yeah. Baretti, si se puede sentar por acá, por favor. I'm gonna break them in 3 groups. Baretti, si se puede sentar por acá, por favor. Si se puede sentar acá, al lado de Baretti, sí, por favor. Eh, y perdóname que se me olvidó el nombre. Naomi. Naomi, si se puede sentar al frente, por favor, acá, al frente del ingeniero Tomás. So you can be part of the conversation, right? So if we can have you maybe on the front of the professor, that would be fantastic.
Can I build with prepa?
We got different prepa people, so we just want to make sure that we got good diversity. So you know what we can do? Actually, you can sit right there because we got Baretti here, which is good. And then, ¿cómo estamos? Entonces, te tengo... ¿Sabes dónde está el profesor? Al frente del profesor allá, por favor. Ingeniero Casillas, al lado de Marilla aquí, por favor. Listo, gracias. And whenever you get a chance, you're ready. El ingeniero Tomás, that's your group. Yeah, Tomás. No, it's not diversity. You got diverse people there. Buenas. Ok, perfecto. Ok, so las tengo All right, guys, I think we did good. We can do this in about half an hour. Okay, so, pues muchísimas gracias. En este momento hemos puesto en uno, dos, en tres grupos. En este momento, si por favor pueden sacar de su folder, tenemos, let me go ahead and Spanish and then you can send in English. En sus folders tienen una página que dice, deja ver la parte de los worksheets. Esa no es, esa misma. La hoja de trabajo dice discusión sobre la resiliencia de la infraestructura eléctrica. Si pueden buscar esa hoja, porque entonces lo que vamos a hacer, nosotros vamos a escribir cuáles son los objetivos que estamos buscando la resiliencia y qué sería la resiliencia para Puerto Rico de la infraestructura eléctrica. Esta es mi parte en español, así que tenemos tres grupos para poder, para poder poner las líneas. Tenemos, nada más tenemos tres personas, aquí tenemos a Ray, right? Ok. Este es el primer grupo. Aquí tenemos el segundo grupo. No, el segundo grupo hasta aquí. Así que los tengo con ellos. Y este es el tercer grupo, ¿ok? De aquí a allá. Listo. No. Acá. Listo. Entonces tenemos recursos que podemos... Mira, Carlos, para acá. Tenemos recursos que nos pueden dar un poquito de ayuda mientras estamos trabajando las definiciones y los objetivos. Ok, ya lo dije.
Okay, so real fast, I know y'all want to get to work. So you have your sheet, and what we're looking for are, if you can, to write down your answers on each of the sheets, because that's going to inform our input and our research and reporting back. So take about, how long do you think?
Yeah, let's do about 15 minutes. So within the group, okay, guys. So I need to go ahead and.
So yeah, so take about 15 minutes, and at a minimum, try to find time to write out your answers. And if you want to talk amongst little groups, that's great. If you have questions about what to do, or you need some assistance, ask Jorge, myself, or Walter, and we'll come over and we'll make sure things are moving along. And so we'll take about 15 minutes, and then we'll report back. Okay, so let's go ahead and just finish up your conversation so we can get going with our reporting back. Um, so
weather events, got you. Tropical storms, hurricanes, flooding, and also earthquakes. And when we talk about earthquakes, it's not only about the mechanical stresses that the system imposes, but also tsunamis. So this is it's somehow linked to flooding. The question was whether FEMA actually has tsunamis in their flooding maps. We didn't know that answer, so perhaps that's a question for you. So whether you guys have considered that too, all right? Okay, very good. All right, great, so the answer is there. So I think that was a very clear, more easy questions. In terms of the goals, criteria goals, that could be somehow quantify and perhaps turn into policies or investment. So it was clear that the system needs to react soon and restore critical services. That came at number one. Actually, it wasn't my number one, but the group, I could perceive that was what they think this is better. I think I agree with them on that regard. We added a few more things that the resiliency has to be somehow social aware, so there's equity in restoring those services. That is, everybody's involved, and everybody is accounted for, not only some here and there. We added a couple of more things that the system should be self-learning in all possible ways, using technology, using history, but we can continually learn about it and anticipate those risks with not enough time, and have the ability to anticipate. And ability to anticipate may require different resources, maybe people, all right? I mentioned before the New England utility, they had this huge, massive operation when the storm is coming in. They all go into the mode of forecasting every single location where power outage is going to be, and they got the crews, 48 hours ahead of time, so the service restored very quickly. So that's something that we could learn from those experiences in there. So we didn't get the chance to talk about critical, the relevant stakeholders. So I'm going to mention a few things here, but critical services providers, hospitals, of course, the transportation sector, the fire department, so those need to be restored very quickly. From there goes into consumers in an equity base, and eventually in terms of the industry, so the industry can be restored quickly enough. All right.
No, oh God, I got 3 pages. Okay. Well, I need somewhere to put all my 3 pages. Sorry. Pues 3 de nosotros estábamos tomando nota. So I got 3 pages here. No se preocupen, it's like repetitive. Okay, so para la definición, we agreed que un sistema resiliente tiene un recovery time que está ya predeterminado por diferentes tiers, está prioritized entre lo que es crítico, lo que es prioridad, y entonces pues la población general. Entendemos que pues en general con un mes de recuperación debería ser bastante resiliente, pero entonces lo que es crítico y prioritario pues debería entonces tener atención antes de eso, no deberían llegar al mes ni a las 2 semanas. También es adaptable. Ease of maintenance, porque un sistema que no se va a mantener resiliente si lo construyes resiliente desde un principio. So ease of maintenance, decentralized, to the extent to how much decentralized, that is to be determined after studies, but definitely decentralized. Y con capacidad, que tenga un local emergency response team que pueda recuperarse sin necesidad de que no tengamos que esperar a que venga gente de afuera a ayudarnos, so that we have enough people here that's capable, it's trained to work on the recovery after an emergency. Los threats que encontramos, obviamente lo que son los force majeure, como los huracanes y terremotos y tsunamis. Life protection and preservation. The current economic status, porque también eso afecta a qué tipo de inversionistas externos están dispuestos a invertir en Puerto Rico como tal. Lo que es violencia y criminal acts, lo que implica entonces que es cuestión de seguridad after a disaster. We saw that. También están los sea level risings y los coastal erosions. Entonces, para lo que los criteria and goals, lo vimos más como qué tipo de meta, like KPIs, we would categorize at working towards being resilient and efficient. Sería pues crear una lista, un censo en la lista, o sea, una lista agreed upon de diferentes agencias de cuáles van a ser los the priority classification, entiéndase qué es crítico y qué es prioritario, with a target reconnection time. Lo que estábamos hablando antes de, pues, maybe a month or 2 weeks, etc. Un maintenance plan con reports, emergency contacts locales, entiéndase, tener una lista predeterminada de cuáles son los contratistas que están adiestrados para dar el apoyo en una emergencia, y por ende también un emergency preparedness and response plan. Para también lo de los emergency contacts, tener un programa que adiestre compañías que se dediquen a instalación eléctrica, etcétera, que los adiestren y los certifiquen como que en una emergencia, you're certified, you can be part of the list. Y para los relevant stakeholders, estábamos hablando de que quizás un análisis de cómo afecta psicológicamente a la población una emergencia y el no tener electricidad ni acceso a sistemas importantes, like, ¿cuál es el momento? What is the breaking point? Porque eso también va a ayudar a determinar cuál va a ser el target reconnection time para cada tier. También estábamos hablando que el Puerto Rico Science and Research Trust puede ayudar to gather all the data de las diferentes entidades y agencias que tienen sus listas de lo que para ellos es prioritario. They can gather all that data y ponerla en un solo sitio. Entonces, for the data gathering, entendemos que lo que es PREPA, PRASA, FEMA, el censo y diferentes municipalidades, que algunos de esos municipios ya tienen lo que para ellos es crítico y cuáles son sus estructuras críticas y lo que son sus cargas críticas. Ya algunos pueblos lo tienen identificado. Y entonces también determine what kind of information el programa de emergencia, de emergency response, necesita. Estaban hablando de que NASA nos había dicho como que, hey, I got all this information, what data do you need? And we didn't even know what to answer. So, definitivamente eso debería ser entonces parte de lo que es el Emergency Response and Preparedness Plan.
Thank you. Okay, so our group, how did we define electric infrastructure resilience? We defined it as the ability to serve critical load under changing conditions for greater continuous reliability and quick recovery after a high-frequency event. Threats seeking to mitigate, we talked about minimizing loss of life and impact on public health, and economic threats such as sensitive manufacturing in like critical medical products. We had that happen here. That affected the inventory of certain medicines and equipment, not only affected the inventory for Puerto Rico, but for the US. Criteria or goals for resilience electric infrastructure, we talked about quick start restoration time of systems. We talked about infrastructure that is more resistant and more adaptive. For example, having more concrete poles that withstand higher winds and more underground lines. We also talked about advisory computer tools and automated switching and hardware to support that automated switching. And who are the relevant stakeholders that need to be part of the planning? The utility, critical facility operators, the Bureau, the Energy Bureau, communications companies, renewable energy developers, financial institutions, and community and nonprofit organizations. We also talked about the need to create some type of data center to coordinate projects and requirements for projects and to have better visibility of what's happening and what needs to happen or what are the needs. Anything else that I missed?
Someone's missing a microphone. Just wanted to take a few minutes if any of the groups that had any response back to something you heard from another group. I heard a lot of similarities, I believe, in the definitions and in the stakeholder groups, but I just wanted to give everyone an opportunity to reflect on something that was heard from another group that you agreed with, perhaps disagreed with, think that, oh, I wish I had thought about that one instead of what we did in our group. Any comments back that you want to reflect on from what you heard?
I just want to say something.
So sorry. I was at a event that NASA held on the Puerto Rico Science Trust, and they asked us. They first gave us a speech on every satellite out there that they have, and once they finished that, they said, "What is it that you guys need? If Maria just happened now, what would you need to know? What do you want our satellites to tell you? Do you want us to tell you how much water there is? How much? What's going on? What is it? How many bridges are torn down or slides or whatever?" So I was very impressed by all the satellites, which I didn't know. Honestly, I didn't know. I always thought that they would like take pictures of the planet from the International Space Station. I didn't know they had so many things that could have been measured, and that's information that we could have in I don't, maybe it's useful to us in some way. So that was something that I just want you to know that I was impressed by the questions, and there were groups saying I would have wanted to know like slides in the mountainside, because then how long it's going to take us to get there? Are we able to even get there? And so on. So another maybe for those who don't know, I'm a licensed electrician here in Puerto Rico, and something that I would like to see happening, and I will insist on this, is to have a program developed to have electrical contractors, local electric, because I know people's going to come from the States to help us, but maybe it's going to take a month. And even if they get here, while they get their stuff out of the ship and take it to the mountainside in Utuado, in Adjunta, or, I mean, around the island, it takes time. So why don't have, like, everyone in their house has a plumber? Like, if you got a pipe burst in your house, you know who to call. So have something like that, and in a similar way, prepared in a similar way, like the National Guard, that you go off to a weekend and get prepared or trained on something. Well, every 3 months you have to go through this in order to keep your certified position to be part of the emergency team in case of this ever happening again, or even if PREPA has to be supportive to other small islands like St. Thomas or St. Croix or any other island, then maybe no, we don't have the team, but we can refer you to someone that could help you guys. So we should move into that direction. That's my thing.
One thing I would like to complete to that very good point. So local expertise in terms of distribution, engineering, electricity, and all others. By creating DERs the size of urbanization, I think locally it's easier to relate to that. It also is going to create jobs. So when you have a DER that's for that urbanization, then you're going to have one distributor, a distribution engineer that is going to be contracted to make sure that the grid, this part of the grid is maintained. Same thing on the production. You can have one guy to be contracted to do that. So then it's going to create not only commitments, job, but incentives for local, very local urbanization, local experts to provide the service. And that service is going to happen right away. So then you can decrease the amount of time necessary to basically bring the whole thing back up.
You want to go? All right, then I can go after you.
I was just reflecting off of what you were saying, and I know very little about FEMA contracts, but what I do understand is that whenever you get a FEMA contract for an area, you just need to prove that you can sort of deploy at some capacity to fix some X problem or something like this. And there's probably people in this room that know more about this than I do, but is there a way that like an association of electricians or the linesmen or solar installers, or especially because we're talking about electricity, is there a consortium of electrical engineers like yourself to sort of get together in a consortium and apply for one of these FEMA contracts so that when the funding does get released, it comes here locally? I mean, the nuances of how to operate in Puerto Rico are really specific, and we've seen funding go to these these contractors from outside of Puerto Rico, and I think it's been infuriating for some. So I just wanted to kind of bring that up. Is there some organization and application there? But
that's a very interesting concept. So there's the concept of mutual aid. Most oftentimes that people think mutual aid to bring people in from NIPA or Con Ed, right, or Exelon. What if you could do mutual aid locally, right? So you have some local group of people already trained, right? If we're actually going to call mutual aid, is a mutual aid from the island, right? So that that's interesting. I never heard something like that, but that's something that could be explored.
I mean, just to add on it a little bit, I've worked for a company where we had a FEMA contract to deploy X generators in one region upon an event that it was called that we would do so. So we had to keep inventory and connections and logistics at the ready to deploy. It seems like there's been so many connections to do that already, and all that work has really been done. So how can that be organized, confirmed, and then applied officially for one of these contracts? Because once you get that, then
Just to add a little bit to that, sorry, I think this is why in our group I was the one who was suggesting this because I'm very fond of that, creating that data place where people, providers and queues of new potential projects applied for, let's say 3 months ahead of time. There could be some clock, and then there are entities that can respond to those RFPs. So it's much more a transparent process for planning and also for comparing which solutions you don't just bias this particular hardening and so forth. So this data organization, transparent data organization, interactive, in which information is exchanged in the future, I think it's essential, and it easily facilitates, for example, something like this. Easily, yes, because the information is exchanged, so she knows about it, and then she applies. Otherwise,
It's rhetorical.
So yeah, contracts. So it has to be understood that FEMA doesn't do contracts. It's actually public assistance that we offer, and we're a reimbursement program. So all these contracts that's got everybody upset, they're with PEPA.
Yeah,
Sorry.
That's
But it's true.
That's the point. The point is,
Right.
like, for example, if I have a electrical contracting business,
Right.
I'm a licensed that I'm going through all the PREPA trainings in order to be in their list of emergency response team
Right?
for maybe my zone, Guaynabo or nearby areas. So if something happens, then I can be contacted and through PREPA, because they are the ones, you're gonna come here like 2 or 3 weeks later after, you know,
Granted.
I'm not saying that, I mean, you can be here the next day, but still.
But you need to understand that that already exists. That's already being done. We have, like, don't quote me on the number, but like 36 local contractors that we're processing invoices for that did work during the restoration of Irma and Maria. So they are one of the first and foremost resources that started work immediately in either assessments or cleaning up damage, something along that line. So, and that's just in the energy sector, let alone in the public buildings, in the health and human services, in the transportation, and all those other sectors have local contractors because that's who's here on the island. You're right, a lot of help came from the states in the MOUs, as well as the other contracts that PREPA made with the other contractors. But that program already sort of exists. So it's more of probably a visibility for those who feel maybe they're left out, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
Maybe you guys need like a little bit more help.
We can definitely help with that, but FEMA's not responsible for every bit of resilience that the island needs to achieve. At some point, the island has to also engage at that level as well. We're here to help and facilitate in every possible way, but it's really easy to point the finger at FEMA, but it's literally these kind of things do exist, and I agree. Communication and education and bringing everybody on board and meetings like this to kind of have that all come together are perfect. But understand, it's like, yeah, we're a fan of all of that.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah, one at a time, guys.
No, that is not our
So guys,
contract.
I think we need to define what's happening. So I think it was said
This is
very
not our
succinctly. It's truly up to the utility to do the contracting, right? So he comes in after then PREPA, the utility we go to FEMA and they will ask for reimbursement. But truly the contracting is up to the utility. So whatever it is that you're thinking, which I think is great. So you want to enhance that capability, it will be with the utility. Yeah.
Education.
But does FEMA has clause to fire the contractor that doesn't do the job?
Right. Well, you see, those are things that they will be done more on a side. That's not the scope of this conversation. Now is up to the utility to choose the contractors to do the job, and then they will seek reimbursement for that work. There may be some instances that may have not been followed that way, but I think that is outside the scope of what we're doing here. We are going to assume that there's a process, and the process will need to be followed. And if those kind of conversations that could be put on could be done on the side. But
I would like to ask
Yep.
a question to the people of PREPA here. How many contractors they have on that program right now?
On my end, I have been participating in this workshop for a while, and this is I think that we should get focused on the conversation that we have from the beginning, and get working on how we're gonna build a better resilient Puerto Rico, and that's my personal recommendation right now.
yeah, so right now, there is the issue of the contracting, and that's something that potentially could be dig deeper. But I would suggest the following also, to stay within the scope of the definition of resilience. Anybody else would like to go ahead and mention something in regards to the technical aspects? Yeah.
So, just a quick comment on, back on the initial conversation. So there was a mention about technology to be used. So there is the use of, there's a lot of good information out there, and what I'd like to make is the recommendation to engage the academic community, perhaps to set aside a little bit of funding to involve the universities in bringing new ideas into the increased resiliency. So one example is the night light information from satellites. we actually developed a product that tells us about the period, the restoration time that matches perfectly public records. There could be even going to much higher temporal resolution and indicate spots where there was some power outages, for example, and so the crews can go back and restore that. So maybe some unknown reason on this thing. There is information about high-resolution LiDAR data that can indicate the proximity of trees to high-powered towers. We've been thinking about to incorporate that into our analytics to forecast potential damage into the future. So there is an opportunity here in the island and the way that things are moving on, to bring a lot of new intelligence, not only for Puerto Rico, but even for the whole nation all across. If we open up a little bit on to the not only the academic side, but also small businesses that are looking into bringing some new technologies in the process.
So I'm very glad that you bring that up, because in a little bit we're actually going to do an analysis gap of what we need to do, and whatever, you can go ahead and very succinctly we can actually write that down. So yeah. So listen guys, so vamos a hacer lo siguiente. Si por favor cogemos todo lo que escribieron y nos los pueden pasar, porque nos vamos a quedar con ellos. Algo que vamos a hacer es, toda esta información la vamos a subir a nuestro website. La ingeniera Caro nos va a hablar del espacio digital que hemos creado para esta iniciativa, y todo esto va a estar disponible para ustedes. En este momento quiero traer al doctor Ray Byrne, que él nos va a estar dando nos estaba dando una charla, es más de discusión, de un estudio que se hicieron de microredes en Puerto Rico y cómo se hicieron un análisis de clustering para identificar esas áreas en Puerto Rico donde estas microredes eran más beneficiosas. So it's going to be up to right now.
All right, my name is Ray Byrne from Sandia Labs. I'm actually presenting for Bobby Jeffers, so a lot of these ideas are Bobby's. I work with Bobby, so I'm involved with it, but I can't take credit for his ideas. So he did a lot of work along with his team 2 years ago on identifying potential microgrids in Puerto Rico. And so the goal was to identify microgrids that increase the resilience of the community. And then also go look to see if those microgrids met some economic metrics and resilience goals. So the Sandia process for looking at microgrids, step one is looking at the infrastructure data and then also the threat analysis. So we use a lot of different types of GIS data sources. Most of the stuff we did for this analysis was actually publicly available data, so we can release the results to pretty much anybody given permission from DOE. The next step is determining locations that provide high levels of service in the case of widespread outage. And so we have a clustering algorithm called RENCAT, which stands for Resilient Energy or Resilience Clustering Algorithm. And then after you get the clusters of potential microgrids, the next step is to go look at those candidate microgrid locations and kind of do an operator in the loop analysis to make sure they make sense. And then you finalize the locations, and then you do a cost-benefit trade-off. And then the last step is to do another visualization and sanity check of your results. So step one is infrastructure data and threat analysis. So the threats that were considered for the Puerto Rico analysis done 2 years ago, we looked at flooding. For that, we used 100-year and 500-year FEMA flood data. And just to refresh your memory, the 50-year probability of having a 100-year flood is about 39%, and it's about close to 10% of seeing a 500-year flood. For wind, we used some wind speed data, although that didn't really factor too heavily in the analysis. And then we also used landslide and earthquake data as well. So this just is a visualization of the earthquake threat. It's mostly in the southwestern part of the island is the highest probability of earthquakes. Landslide threat, there's some areas in red, kind of in here and all in here on steep slopes that have a high susceptibility of landslides. Flood threats, you can see there's a much larger area that's susceptible to 100-year and 500-year flood threats, mostly along the coastal areas. And then wind characterization, this just is some wind data, but this didn't factor too heavily in the analysis. So the first step, we looked just at the San Juan area and delivered a preliminary report June of last year. And then in October of last year, we delivered a report that covered all of Puerto Rico. This slide's a little hard to read, but it kind of lists all the different services that we looked at. And so one thing that's different about our approach is we focus more on the services and not so much as going in and identifying like what the most critical load is. There are lots of ways to do resilience analysis. I mean, one approach is just go in and provide like a numerical rating to your different loads, whether they're important to resilience or not. But what we do is we go in and look at services. And then we have all these different infrastructure categories, and the infrastructure categories can provide different services. So it includes like, air ambulances, airports, hotels, hospitals. I won't read the list, but it's pretty much every type of infrastructure you can imagine. And then we can create these maps too for visualization that show where all your critical infrastructure is located. This is just an example of the eastern part of the island and the western part of the island. And then step 2 is determine locations providing high service levels. So we go through and look at different scenarios. And the idea is when you do your first cut is you don't want to select critical infrastructure that's going to be damaged by one of these types of events. So if you're looking at like maybe flooding or landslides, in your first cut through it, you want to exclude infrastructure that's going to be taken out by that flood. So the different scenarios we had, one was just called risk averse, and that's pretty much the most risk averse scenario. You're looking at 500-year flood zone, medium and higher damage zones for earthquakes, and then landslide, medium, higher susceptibility zones, and you basically exclude all the infrastructure that's located in those zones. And then some of the other exclusion profiles are less severe, like just for the earthquake one, the only thing you exclude is medium and higher earthquake damage. So you can use these different risk scenarios to look at different screening methods. And this plot just shows how that impacts your results. So it's comparing the risk averse and risk accepting scenario and what % of services are available. And the only difference here is the medium landslide susceptibility is the difference between those two. But you'll notice that there's a big difference, like between 70 or 80% of the services are available in the risk accepting, whereas in the risk averse, only about 36 to 50% of the services are still available because you've taken most of them out. So then we go and look at services, not sectors. And so we have this list of services and then have a rating of high, medium, and low for what types of sectors provide those services. So for example, under medical services, hospitals and EMS facilities provide a high level of service, and then air ambulances and medical centers are medium, and then low would be fire station and pharmacies. Transportation, like rail stations, bus stations, and airports are a high level, whereas cruise terminals are a low level. So you can go through and build this matrix. And then we use a tool called RenCat to go process the information. And then it basically gives you this display that shows you where the potential clusters of critical infrastructure are. Green is the best, yellow is okay, and red means not so much. And so this just shows the difference. Depending on how you pick your threats, you'll get different answers on what the best or what potential clusters of critical infrastructure are. Some of the folks in the mountains were talking to us earlier today. This report's publicly available too. If you just Google Sandia, Puerto Rico, and grid resilience, you'll probably be able to find it.
So Ray, quick question. So
yeah.
on the map on the bottom, right, we're looking in the middle those are the mountain.
Yeah.
Those are the mountains. So we see a little bit of yellow, right?
Yeah.
So what does that mean? That means that there are critical facilities like medical centers up there, or
Yeah, and so the comment that was made at lunch to me was, we looked at your report, and it's like you kind of left us out in the mountains. You didn't find many clusters. And I will say it's kind of an artifact of the algorithm, because what the algorithm's trying to do is find clusters that are close together so that it's easy to create a microgrid out of that critical infrastructure. In the mountains, you might be well electrically connected, but because maybe the hospital is further from the school, this algorithm doesn't pick that up. You can kind of adjust. There's a setting in the algorithm that kind of picks a block size that it tries to cluster around. And if you make that block size bigger, you would pick up, more items up in the mountains. But this tool is really just a screening tool. I mean, there's a step towards the end where an operator gets involved and looks at the output of this, and you can go in and say, oh, this doesn't make sense, and we're going to do something different. You had a question?
Yes, we were talking
Yeah.
earlier. But I know it's a screening tool and it helps us, but I'm from the center of the island. We are working on getting a loan approved so we can work, rehabilitate the hydroelectrics in Utuado. Plus the project that I'm developing, which is with photovoltaic systems. Right there, you don't see so much in the center, but we exist and we are in there. So, do you any of these studies are going to be redefined? I mean, how can we help each other? We have information. We want to get more information. We want to make so San Juan doesn't get the energy and the services back, and the rest of the island doesn't. I think we are all important, and what we've been trying to communicate with different national laboratories is about how can we redefine the scope of these studies. So we can help you, and you can help us with our project.
Okay. Well, there are a couple ways we could address this. So one, this study was done in the past. It ended in 2018, and we're no longer funded to work on it. But you could probably redo the analysis in the middle of the country, and it basically increase your grid size, and that would probably identify more clusters.
So even if you don't have the funding, can we have access to the algorithm?
Oh yeah. So I was talking about at the end, but yes, we're releasing the algorithm and the data, so you could play around with it, as much as you want. But I will say the other way we're addressing it, Dan Borneo is a coworker here who's going to talk later, and he's in the energy storage program at Sandia. We have a specific project trying to look at resilience in the mountains and trying to bring in the hydro to bring as kind of the basis of a microgrid. So, yeah.
Question. These clusters, do they understand what the grid is underlying?
That's a very good question. So in Rev 0, the algorithm, the grid was the last step, and it was done manually. But the second version of the algorithm, the grid is actually part of the algorithm.
Just to put things in context of discussion, like I mentioned the Lincoln Lab project, it starts from the grid.
Yeah.
And then, I think, again, in context of the question asked before, is what is the minimum that needs to be correlated
Yeah.
to actually help deploy something? Because this is really more topological, right?
Yes, you're right. It is.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, I'll jump ahead maybe. So the way this work was done was the last step was you visually look at where the clusters were, and you have an overlay of the grid, and then you correlate it with the grid. But I agree with you. Another way to do is bottom up from the topology of the grid.
So can I just ask?
Yeah.
So this data is on a GIS tool?
This data is available in an Excel spreadsheet that has a list of 157 potential microgrids. It's got the lat longs, the type of infrastructure, the name of it, like hospital, police station, whatever the real name of it is. And so it's easy to share.
But you do have raw data.
Yes.
That you showed originally,
Yes.
right? that shows specific types of infrastructures and shows and maps how those infrastructures support specific services.
Yes.
So you have all of that data.
We have that data too.
Right?
Yes.
So that data could provide the basis then to do a lot of different kinds of analyses.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
It doesn't have, again, sorry, Linko, two people worked on this to actually now put from GIS, publicly available data to build a grid. So if you put the two together, you have a lot.
You've got a lot. Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Ray,
Yeah.
Ray, I know within the first section of the report that you're referencing that speaks about this project, there's sort of a map that shows all the various critical infrastructure that were identified.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a copy of that slide? It might be helpful to put up just to sort of show some of the underlying information that went into this.
Let's see. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I think the map you're referring to is this type of map?
Yeah, yeah, it might be worth just speaking about that for a moment to sort of let the audience know a little bit more about the kinds of information that flowed into this process.
Okay. So there's the obvious stuff in here, like hospitals, medical centers, fire stations, gas stations, grocery stores, banks, with communications. We look at cell phone tower locations, AM/FM radio, other types of wireless towers, electric utilities. One thing that Jorge mentioned was the water. We did have water purification, but apparently I looked at our raw data. We don't have the sewer system, the pumping for the sewer, so that was actually one that we missed. Then there's like for travel, there's airports, bus stations, train stations. I'm not sure if there are any train stations in Puerto Rico.
How did you get these things? How did you pull this together?
Okay, that is on the slide. Yeah, so this is the source for a lot of it's just Google. Yeah. Yeah, and another really good source is the Puerto Rico government has a lot of information on their website as well.
So how can we get from Google to getting like data from the government? You know, how can we go and take that leap?
There is a bunch of groups that have put all this data. The Puerto Rican Center, right, Study Center, has put out all this information.
Yeah, but I mean, the Puerto Rican government should have the vitals of this island.
Well, we don't have a FOIA here, so you
You
cannot record.
mentioned, I don't know if I got it right, that the government has a lot of information.
Yeah,
there.
we found a government
And
website.
do I have access to it? And
A Puerto Rican
does it,
Puerto Rican government.
cover the center of the island? Those are my three questions. Is
That I don't
accessible
know.
to the public, and if it's the urban areas or the rural areas are also taken into consideration.
That, I mean, I guess I can't speak to the accuracy of the data with respect to the middle of the island.
Okay.
So, I don't know. But
We also should remember that this study was finished in 2018, right?
yeah,
And for example, the Single Business Portal and other information websites from the government, like literally just started running up like end of 2018, beginning of 2019. Some of it is still loading up as we speak. So maybe if now we can find more information, by the time that they were doing it, it was not available.
We've been, we get that part, but we've been going door to door also, looking for the information, and either it's not available or if it's they have recopilado, if they have gathered the information, it's no, there's no meta-analysis. We cannot access the information. We have a lot of information. And they are, I'm sorry, but they are not doing much with it. We can help Puerto Rico a lot and other areas if we can actually do something with that information. So
so I don't know. I think if DOE gives us permission, we could release the publicly found data sets. I don't know. Yeah, and the report that we do have out, one of the reasons there were a bunch of labs that worked on Puerto Rico, and one of the reasons we were able to release our report and other labs weren't is we relied on primarily just public data. So there was no like proprietary PREPA data. So we weren't the only lab, trying to help Puerto Rico. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of a technical question, but also like administrative or commercial. I don't know. In the case of this multi-client microgrids, you're considering inserting, let's say, like a third-party generation to serve those microgrids? That'll be the first question.
We make no claim to who owns the microgrid. We were just identifying clusters of what a potential good microgrid would be, how you run it, operate or own it. We did not address that at all. So
okay, you were just in the part of identifying potential groups of microgrids.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you said you came up with
157. Sure.
On your clustering, do you consider the lifeline, meaning the points that will actually disrupt some of the critical services, or it was based on proximity?
So the initial analysis was based on proximity, and then the last step was like an operator in the loop visualizing where the lines were to making sure that they looked reasonable. The second version of the algorithm, which was done after this work was done, actually takes a network topology and uses that to actually make sure that it's a good potential microgrid.
Yeah, and I think those two are possible. Actually, we have a network power model. It's pretty detailed from working with Eric Volgren and Arizona State University, and we're publishing on this very soon. So we got this thing. But the second part of my question is, okay, now you have this based on location, perhaps on lifelines, based on the distribution, and I saw that you show it on the 100 flood maps, which for the Central Mountain makes no sense because there's no coastal flooding there. So it's risk. So have you now looked into the exposure of these microgrids based on risk, landslide, but also wind and precipitation, extreme precipitation, and I wonder how those vulnerability maps or index will look like in those microgrids, which may go to the solution that you don't want to have a microgrid there, that maybe you haven't had, just a protected line.
Yeah, well,
the solution.
So that was basically the idea between, all right, you have different maps that show regions that were susceptible to these different threats, and the idea was to pick all your critical infrastructure outside those exclusion zones, and the first cut of the algorithm does that, and then a person went through and looked, and if a hospital maybe that was very well built is right next to it and just barely in a flood zone, they would include that. So there was an iterative step where you started by excluding everything that was susceptible to some damage that you were modeling, and then maybe adding some back in. Yeah.
I'll just add quickly. This gets to a conversation that we've had in prior workshops on associated with this effort, which is, and one of the questions I think that this group probably needs to convey or address is what information needs to be developed initially as a result in the integrated planning process. What information would you have the utility develop? What kind of analytical capabilities would you have the utility develop up front to enable the utility and the communities, however you want to design it, to determine what their resilience strategy might be, right? This conversation gets to that. What are the data requirements, information sharing requirements, and analytical requirements up front that you may want to get on top of to be able to develop what that resilience strategy is over time?
So, all right. Yeah.
I just want to add something, and I think that it's a fair question or inside what you have just mentioned. Perhaps I work with the bigger solar residential starter here, and yes, resiliency is some issue that customers want on their side, but not having access to the information, we struggle with that. We struggle with how we serve, and lines, we don't know where they're at. Feeders, we don't know where they're at. That inefficiency causes delays. Delay causes losses of life, losses of money, losses of access of bureaucracy. And I do agree with on your end and your perspective. And I think that I have been personally, as I mentioned before, in a lot of workshops. RMI, this one, 20 of them. I had here are the best minds, but for 2 years we have been talking about this, and I see myself spinning in circles, and I think that this is a breakthrough moment that we should move a little bit forward, instead of like being so theoretic, and let's go a little bit more into practice, and that's just a personal side on that end.
No, you know what, Carlos, that's a very good point. One of the things that we're trying to come out of this initiative is a tangible investment strategy to increase the resilience of the system. So that will be specific initiatives that the framework for those initiatives will be provided to the T&D operator so they can implement.
And
that's a tangible.
Just to add for the benefit of the colleagues here, on the Energy Bureau website, there's a section where it's called Critical Projects under Section 503 of PROMESA is on the website. So there's a lot of proposed projects that this bureau will analyze in accordance to the IRP. So just for your knowledge, so perhaps can help you in the future on this end.
And
I think that the question on the table is how does it analyze? How do you compare this project versus the other one? How do you put the number that this one is better than the other?
Yes.
Somebody needs to put the presentation on that, because otherwise it's okay. You like this project and he likes another project.
Right.
And I think it's very critical.
yeah, being able to, because there's not infinite money, as you've said, you've got to be able to prioritize over time, right? So that whole scheme to do that, methodology that needs to be developed. So one other thing, I just want to bring an example up, and it gets back to, Maria, what you were saying. It's really important to attach these critical facilities to really what the topology is, what the structure is of the electric grid. Because if you have a community and you want to build a certain amount of solar and storage, and you only have a 4 kV line, you may not be able to do that because the conductor of the electricity is not large enough to do what you want it to do. So the analysis requires a holistic look at the infrastructure, what you want to do, and that's why there's this planning process. So you can actually determine what your strategy is to build out your system to enable this resilience that you really want, and to look at the overlying costs. So it's complicated. It's going to be complicated, but this underlying data is so elementary to the analysis.
Yes.
So I have a question all day. We've been talking, and I'm not sure. So I have a question. All day we've been talking. You know, the whole day is about energy resilience. Energy resilience, but how does everything we're talking and discussing and what this working group is working, how does this tie in with the IRP that was prepared and is being evaluated by the commission?
So the IRP is outside the scope of this working group, but that's a very good question, right? So what we're trying to do in the long term, we got at least two phases right now that is running. So right now the scope of this initiative is to come up with electric distribution planning directives at the electric distribution system. Now, because we are going to go from the bottom up, so eventually what we want to do is align this process with the IRP. That's what we want to do. Now, eventually the ultimate goal is to align, integrate, and optimize the IRP, resource planning, transmission planning, and these what we're calling integration distribution planning, so everything is aligned and is within one. So that's a very good point. Right now it's like in a silo, right? People are talking about the IRP. Remember, at the distribution level, our scope is not about the big plants. Our scope is not about the big transmission lines. Our scope is about the guys like Carlos, he's with Maximo, like these DER providers, how the utility can integrate those assets into the operation so it could benefit the main grid. So we're going from the bottom up. But absolutely, the IRP eventually will need to be part of the holistic planning process. Right now, we're still on a silo, moving forward into aligning those two processes and then integrating and optimizing.
Yeah. Now, Jorge, we do have another working group on planning coordination, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh,
That's
okay.
correct. That's correct. So on the 21st, we are going to be talking how it is that we're thinking of aligning the IRP with the DRP. So we got three working groups. Today is electric infrastructure resilience. We got a hosting capacity, and we got the planning coordination. That is correct. Yeah.
Ray, may I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
You had another slide there that was sort of a zoom in of that area. Could you go back to that for a second? It was sort of zooming into like a more specific kind of area in a city. It's much more granular. It showed a couple of streets, smaller than that. Let's go. We can go with that one for a second.
Okay.
So if I look at that, that's the polygon is representation of what exactly?
This polygon here is the representation of the microgrid.
Yep. And so as I look at that, and I'm aware that there are a number of different microgrid designs. There are things like standalone microgrids, which might be sort of one customer or one campus or customers. And there are other kinds of microgrids that are integrated with the utility system. As I look at that to me looks like the latter, that it's a microgrid potentially integrated with the utility system. Is it something like that, or is it
We
different?
made no claims about the ownership or operation of the microgrid. I mean, yes, this is using the utilities lines, or using them as a starting point, but
But it doesn't
if you
have to
want
be that way.
If you wanted to, no, it doesn't have to be that way.
Right.
I mean, you could add to it, and how you operate it, that's up to you. The whole goal of this study was just finding clusters of critical infrastructure that weren't susceptible to different types of threats.
And so what I think I'm understanding that there's a variety of ways to potentially implement a microgrid in that location.
Yeah.
One of those ways might be to utilize the existing utility infrastructure. One of those ways might not be. But I think one of the things I'm discerning from that is that the tools and the methods that you're developing and making available, that these are tools and methods that could be useful both for the utility and their planning environment and also for outside parties looking to build generation or energy storage or other resources. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and then this is really just the first step. So, you use this tool to come up with these potential clusters. And then the green ones are better than the yellow, and the yellow is better than the red. And then you look at it, and then you actually, in the first version, you would draw a little polygon around what your potential microgrid would be. And then there's another step after that where you actually have to go in and look at more designs and how much storage, how much generation, other types of stuff you need to make a microgrid. So this, Yeah, no, I agree. You need load data. Accurate. So we use load data for part of this study, but we made it up from typical like EIA data for typical buildings. But yes, you can't do a design of a microgrid unless you have the real grid impedances, the location of every switch in the grid. Yeah, and then there's a question like you might have identified some of this as critical load, but some of it is really critical and maybe less critical, and maybe you can live with half the building not having power. So this is a high-level screening tool. There are a ton of decisions and design type of work you have to do after this. And then step 4 was finalize the candidate locations. We can go through this.
I think we have some comments here.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I want to talk. I want to do a follow up on Walter, right? That's precisely why I asked the question earlier of who was the owner of let's say the generation unit, because there are different technical requirements depending on the ownership of the generation which is connected or which serves that particular microgrid, right? Because it's not the same if it's let's say a PREPA-owned generation utility or facility. If it's a third-party own generation, there has to be a definition of the interconnection point or points, because it could be multiple points. And also there's an issue about a contractual issue about the revenue, right? Because it depends on who is delivering or selling energy at each determined point, right? If it's operating parallel, if it's going to be off grid for some time and in parallel in some other cases. So there are maybe some concerns that are outside of the scope of this maybe of this work group, but those are things that must be considered in order to study the interconnection of microgrids to the current grid.
Thanks a lot for selling my company's objective. So that's basically what we would do. We would be the system operator as part of the requirement by 8701 regulations. So we would operate the microgrid independently from human interaction. There would be a distribution of the electricity passed through directly from the producer to the consumer. There doesn't need to be an ownership of that grid, just the fact that there is a brain that operates that grid and that makes sure that all revenue is being distributed to the stakeholders that are part of the grid, of the microgrid. And it's simple as that. It kind of removes any limitations and obstacles towards, scaling up that microgrid. You can add load, you can add demand, you can match it anytime you need. You can include, so he was speaking about how do you include, the prosumers. You can include prosumers. Any excess, any unused electricity can be sold back to the microgrid. So if somebody has a PPA and they pay, for 20 years or 15 years, $150 a month to the PPA provider, then maybe they can sell, part of that electricity when they go on vacation, which is going to give them, maybe $20, $30, $50 rebate on the next bill cycle. Simple as that.
So can I just add? So that's great. There are obviously a lot of things that have to be worked out, right? So for instance, the utility currently is the provider of last resort, right? They are required to make sure that the system is reliable, et cetera, okay? So now the microgrid owner that you're talking about would also potentially have to have that same responsibility.
Yes, and actually the term microgrid owner is not, it's system operator. So the operator of that microgrid
would have to have that responsibility.
Yep. And we have that as part. So we have a software that uses machine learning and AI.
Yeah, but you would be required to be the provider of last resort.
No.
Which, yeah.
No.
If you are actually, this has to be worked out, right?
Not the system operator.
This is a current discussion we're having in the mainland. So when you've got people that own microgrids and they actually are responsible for delivering electricity to the folks that they're responsible for delivering electricity for, The argument now, the conversation is does that microgrid owner become a provider of last resort? Do they have to actually conform to the same rules that a utility has to?
No, so the system operator has to respond to the rules as per the 8701 regulations, which basically stipulates that you need to have an operating agreement with the producers, the distributed generators, the grid distribution, T&D, the provider of last resort, which through the wheeling regulations requires and making sure that there is stability through the grid Sorry. Yeah.
It's an energy storage problem.
So I just want to get out of that, get away from the definition of microgrid owner. All the stakeholders are owner of that microgrid as long as they deliver the service based on the operating agreement.
What happens when an owner moves and another owner comes in and doesn't want to be part of your microgrid?
An owner of what?
Let's say an owner moves out of the microgrid.
Like a building or home on.
Oh, a building owner, a customer. Okay, yeah.
Another entity comes in.
Right.
So what happens if they don't want to be part of your microgrid anymore?
They don't have to. So basically, from PREPA?
So also then, the system needs to be designed to enable that.
Completely, it's a plug-and-play model. So it's a piece of hardware that's smaller than the laptop that you connect to your house or commerce or industrial company, whatever it is. And then it has a wallet that's incorporated into it, and then you connect that to your bank account, or you can pay with cash or whatever. It has a prepayment, so it allows to remove credit profiling, which for the island is very important. And then because you prepay that, you have the ability, to get electricity delivery.
Listen, this is a great. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, microphone so we get people.
That was a good point. Thank you.
Maybe Joe, perhaps it's not necessary that every system operator of community or the microgrid has to provide the same, service last resort, but that has to be understood in the contract. So if certain community just can serve itself during normal conditions and wants to have a contract with PREPA to connect and disconnect for reliability, that costs money because PREPA has to plan some other gadget there to do that. So I think it's too strong to require everybody to self-balance under all conditions. Then economies of scale go. There is no economics. But we interconnected, that's how we teach our students. We interconnected the continental grid for reliability efficiency, right? So if you just want every household to have something redundant, that is not economic. Yeah. So there should be, I think, a choice, but it should be reflected in the value that at the end, utility has to serve everybody, but if I have everybody, all microgrids serving themselves, then PREPA has to plan for less reliability reserve. So I mean, the sort of pieces of puzzle come together. But I think it's too strong to have one standard for everybody to meet everything.
I think the dynamic is very good. I mean, this conversation is great. I mean, we got utility wires. We understand that you want to be actually exchanging services. We understand that. I think one of the arguments that you may hear from the T&D operator is that, okay, so you got your capacity. You're still interconnected to us. You may not need us, right, because you're doing your exchanges. But I'm insurance for you, right? So I could slam you big time with a high standby charge, right? And that's something that the utility, another one without batteries. That's something that the utility could do, and that's something that will need to be explored. But I think this is the right thinking. This is the right thinking. We don't see it. This is not the only jurisdiction.
This is totally the right thinking, and this is why within the regulations you have two tariffs, which are the standby tariff and the pre-required. What is it?
You got standby. You got demand.
So you get that, and then on top of that, through the RSA, which is the fiscal restoration, you're also going to have trade-in charge. So I put in my model potential charge as going to basically be put towards the customer, by 2040 we could be at 35 cents per kilowatt hour if we keep going that way. So at some point, you know, you have to go back to economic performance. So if a standby generator for a microgrid of that size gives me a 2 megawatt system where, you know, my grid is stabilized with that, it costs me half of a tenth of what PREPA would charge, then of course I'm going to go with the standby generator because I'm still going to have the stable capacity to get electricity. So then all of a sudden we head into an open market where competition is needed. And we don't just rely on one entity to provide that.
Yeah, but I think just a comment on the available capacities that perhaps there got to be some minimum guarantee generation. And this is similar to the solar farms in California where there is a guarantee because the utility provider will need to know what's the minimum required there. And some degree, there is the typical contract, they go into penalty, don't deliver that amount of, which leads us to resource, all right? Solar in Southern California is very predictable, but the intermittency in the tropics is tremendously high. So storage can give you so far. Now going to hydro, which the uncertainty could be even larger if you have it going to a big drought. So how are you going to deliver that? So there must be some guarantee and maybe some standby charge, which, you know, goes back to the utility. So I think all these scenario needs to be worked out. I have a question for you, Ray, because I see this CCHP in your slide. How do you envision CCHP in the island, combined cooling and heat and power? You're looking into district cooling, which could be interesting, but then it's sold infrastructure to have those here, or we're looking into mostly solar with storage?
I think this is a generic microgrid slide. I don't think it's implying you use CCHP in the islands. But any more questions?
Yeah, I wanted to express a concern that I've had since the beginning of the microgrid rule development here, which is that I don't think it's clear at this point where we're headed. It seems like one extreme is that we have a PREPA-like entity that's always responsible for providing power to everybody. And then you have options where people, if they want, they can add their own net metering system and they can take it offline if they want. They could do their own microgrid and they could take it offline. But PREPA is still, or whatever PREPA ends up becoming, the one entity is still responsible for the entire grid all the time, having it there. Another model could be that it looks more like municipalities creating their own municipal utility. So they defect from the grid and say, you know what, Arecibo, we are our own utility company now. And then PREPA has no responsibility for Arecibo. Arecibo would have to be ready to be sued if people die, like if they are the only utility company there. Or there, like some of what I'm seeing maybe developing here would have like 2 or 3 or 10 meters on somebody's house, like all kinds of different people providing electricity to them. And I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think there's going to be more than one utility meter coming to someone's house ultimately, because it's going to be so expensive that it won't manifest that way. I think it's okay that we don't know now what's going to transpire. So I think some of this planning will help tease out some things, and some pilot programs, you know, we'll see what really takes root here. But I don't think we have a real clear public policy guidance. We have this microgrid law and rule. We have a cooperative law and rule, but not much of this has been tested out yet. We still just have the exact same system we did before Maria, like upgraded a little bit, but I don't know where we're headed with this.
You know, I can give you the physics limitation. So the physics limitation is most probably you're just going to have one service wire to your house. So the natural monopoly is the wires. I don't think we're going to have competition on wires, to have 2 service wires. No vamos a tener 2 trenzas llegando a la casa. Va a ser una trenza. So, you know, you're going to have that company that is going to be distributing energy. Now, we could have choice in regards to who's going to be providing the services, right? But that physical wire unless somebody comes up and makes it like Tesla, they want to do it wirelessly. But that wire going into your home, that's going to be one company. There's a co-op model. It could be a cooperative. At that point, if there's a co-op, that co-op may become a T&D operator, and that will be the provider of last resort. So the provider of last resort is who owns that la trenza. How are you saying in English? I don't know. Is whoever most oftentimes that will be the physical limitation. Whoever connects the wire to your home is the one responsible to distribute the energy into that meter.
What if this is what if the secondary line is created and who?
Right. There's another permutation. You could be off the grid. You may have a third party that is servicing your off-grid system.
And I think to jump back on what you were saying, PJ, is that now today we're going to have the ability to have pilots where the bureau, developers, producers, distribution engineers will be able to work there and really see how it's working. And that pilot can be, small pilot. We can do a wheeling pilot. We can do an off-the-grid pilot, and we can really see and evaluate and visualize, the development, how it goes, how it scales, the kind of monitoring we could get on that. I mean, that's going to be very interesting. But this is not going to happen in the next 5 years. This is going to happen in the next several months.
And Ray, can I jump in with a quick question, Ray? So I'm curious. So going back to the presentation, if we look at the tools and the methods that are being developed by Sandia for this sort of a thing, if a utility were looking to adopt this tool in its current format and these methods in their current format, or in whatever future format Sandia plans to roll them out in, what might be some benefits to the utility for sort of pulling this kind of information and these kinds of processes into their planning process? What might be some benefits potentially?
Okay, so the benefit of the clustering process is it gives you kind of a clear method that doesn't, it's not people jumping up and down saying, hey, I'm most important, you should connect to me, or I'm president of the company, I should get electricity before you. It's kind of an agnostic process of trying to identify clusters of infrastructure that maintain, the highest fraction of services to society after some kind of outage. So that's the benefit of whoever uses a clustering tool. And then once you get past the clustering tool, the next step is to start looking at particular microgrid designs. There are lots of tools out there. LP Norm from Los Alamos, Sandia has microgrid design toolkit. And what those tools do is let you go in and actually decide, like, well, given your load profile and given maybe, your irradiance profile, like how much solar, how much wind, how much diesel, how much energy storage what's the optimal sizing of those different components so that you meet the reliability required for your load at the lowest possible cost. And so, regardless of whether it's a utility using some kind of optimization tool or an individual investor, I think everyone wants to get this microgrid at the lowest possible cost. And that comes down to an optimization problem. Oh, I figured that.
So I'm going to use my prerogative as the facilitator before I hand it back to Jorge before we move on to the next one. Sorry, are you done?
Oh, no. But let me just, there's one or two slides I want to hit. So the next step is you do a more detailed design using some kind of optimization tool. Then you start doing cost-benefit trade-off analysis. And then another concept that Sandia looks at is like burden. So we'd like to look at what's the average distance to these services for different folks, and then what's their ability to actually get that distance based on their median household income. So we come up with a concept of burden, and you can come up with scenarios that basically have good performance, and then it's a really low burden for society to get to those services versus ones that are really expensive and really burdensome. So we try to get the ones that are lowest cost and least burden, and then you visualize these, and now I'm done.
Thank you. Yes.
No, are there any questions? Yeah.
Well, no.
Any question? Yeah.
Okay. Are there any final questions here?
I sort of have a final comment that what is the burden to the society at the end will be a result of what we often refer to as co-design. In other words, you have planning here where it's needed, but then it will depend very much on how you operate and control these grids. So I guess an open question in my mind is how much are we different if we don't take into consideration how the thing is operated, what additional reserve needs to be done if you didn't take these into consideration versus if you do. Does that question make sense to you?
Yeah, so I think what you're saying is when you design it, you also have to figure out how you're going to operate it. And if you operate it poorly, it probably won't provide much benefit. So the operation aspect of it, and that gets back to your definition of resilience too. I think you're fortunate if you're looking at a hurricane as what you're trying to be the threat you're being resilient to, because at least you know it's coming. And that makes operation easier in some respects for energy storage because you can charge up at least fully, hopefully the week before. Whereas if you have a tsunami threat or an earthquake threat where you don't know wherever it's going to happen, you have to have enough state of charge at all times. And so how you operate the microgrid is a function of your threat and then also what you're trying to get out of it. And if you do it poorly, you won't get much out of it.
Just without revealing too much, I think you can be off 50%. If you do it one way or the other. This is how serious that question is.
Oh, yeah.
Puerto Rico grid.
If you have a microgrid and operate it poorly, it's going to be of no use at all. And so it's a huge component of it. Yes.
Quick question. Is there a reason why these clusters come in sort of sections there? Is that a result of your model or?
I think that's a result of the underlying clustering algorithm.
Thank you.
Just a point of clarification to make sure that I understand this correctly. So the process that you followed for this study revealed a number of different locations around the island where you could put microgrids. But then you were faced with the problem of understanding where the most beneficial places would be for those microgrids. Is that correct? And for that, I think I understand that you employed the use of a particularly unique metric that looked at consequence, in this case, sort of burden, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Can you speak about that just for a minute more and clarify what that means? Because I think today's discussion is not so much about metrics, but I think this example provides a very good example of a consequence-based metric that's been employed to actually prioritize and build a plan.
All right. So the first step was to try and come up with these potential clusters of microgrids that provide a high fraction of the pre-disaster services. So let's see, we have a chart back here. So this just looks at like the service availability of different types against different types of threats. And then, let's see. These are just numbers. So this looks at the services of the microgrid portfolio. So part of the design aspect was to come up with a small number of microgrids that gives you the highest score for these total services. Is that answering your question about how services are, how you're trying to?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I was just sort of looking at the concept of to understand what the concept of burden was.
Yeah, the burden is, all right, so the burden is the last step for screening. So once you come up with all the potential microgrids, then you factor in the burden, and then you're selecting ones that have less burden and lower cost, basically, that gives you the level of performance.
And can you clarify what you mean by burden?
Yeah.
What's the metric exactly? Just in your own words. I mean,
it just factors in your ability to get to a service, so how far you are from a service, and then also we use median income of neighborhoods, so it's how affluent you are. So the idea is if you're really rich, you can afford to leave if there's a disaster, or you can drive further, or check in an expensive hotel. Yeah. Whereas if you're less affluent, it's much harder to get those services. So we try and factor in income and then distance to services.
Got it. So you built a metric that sort of assessed the relative level of burden faced by a certain population.
Yeah.
If they lost power, basically.
Yes.
And that's how you prioritize things. Okay.
Yes.
That's great. Thank you.
Excellent.
This is a question. I hear a lot about in regards to microgrid, but it is a microgrid or microgeneration facilities?
Well, yeah, it depends on what your definition of microgeneration facility is.
No, because my question arises is just how we will define, or the Bureau or the microgrid, and if someone is enabled, because under Act 17, and my interpretation, there can be several concessionaries or several operation last resort if there's going to be any open or any analysis, if there is a group of people that can, or investor that they will create their own microgrid with their own transmission distribution line to service a particular community on site.
Well, it's even more complicated than that, because if you go with it, these clusters of critical infrastructure are important, you don't need a microgrid. I mean, you could just harden the existing utility lines going to that infrastructure, or you could build a redundant line in so that you increase the reliability there. So at a higher level, I mean, all we're doing is identifying things you want to keep the power on to, and how you do that. It could be a microgrid, it could be hardening, it could be a lot of things.
And in regards to your question, the issue is that every time that I listen, what I see is the construction of microgrid, but it's just a construction of a generation facility that will use a PREPA system, and it's just a micro generation facility. Instead of being Aguirre, it's just something smaller, but it's just a generation facility.
Well, usually a microgrid consists of load, usually some type of storage, and then some distributed generation. But it could be a lot of things. It could be a microturbine. It could be.
But
solar.
the lines, I'm talking about the lines. The lines are covered in that definition. Lines, transmission, distribution. Or that is not covering the definition of a microgrid, and I'm not an engineer.
Yeah, I mean, if you have like a microgrid, and maybe it's in a high earthquake area or high wind area, and have overhead lines, maybe part of the design of the microgrid is hardening those lines within the microgrid. So that, I mean, the lines in the microgrid are a consideration. So, and one last closing comment. So what can you do with all this? So there are a couple things. We can provide our list of potential of microgrid critical infrastructure to anybody if anyone wants to use that as a starting point, or you could use RenCat and do your own analysis, and that should be copyrighted and released in the next few weeks. And then also there's some professors at University of Puerto Rico Mayagüez that were at San Diego this summer, and they have a lot of interest in using this tool. So actually they would be a good folks to team up with if you want someone local.
Great. You're going to have to wait.
Yeah.
Because we got to get moving on.
Yeah.
But before we move on, I'm going to make two statements. First off, we were talking earlier about compensation and interconnection, and that is what Hawaii is doing right now. They're having a working group process as part of their proceeding on microgrid compensation and microgrids for resilience. And so the two working groups going on in Hawaii are, what are the interconnection requirements for a microgrid who wants to provide resilient services to HECO? And then what are the resilient services that HECO will procure and then compensate? So that's ongoing right now, and that report should be done the first quarter of next year. Secondly, I think it's great that this model is built on Google stats, but I think what, to me, it calls out for is better data collection and availability from whatever resources we have. So if the utility knows where the hospitals are, I think we should be relying on that information and then confirmed by Google, and not being reliant on Google for all this information. So that's something I think we all need to think about going forward. So as when we start talking about the data sources and data collection, is figuring out where can we get data sources instead of just simply relying on Google.
I just want to add a caveat on that one. I hear like we need to have more information. The question that arises then is, how are we going to request that information? To whom?
Sure. So
because the utility is 3,000 people and good employees. How? When? Where?
That's fair. So you were just a shorthand for someone needs to have this information. We presume the utility has some of this information. The government probably has a lot of the information as well. We just need to figure out where can we collect this information instead of just relying on Google.
And if not given, how we're going to enforce that to be given?
Right. No, that's a very good point. So let me go ahead and put a little bit more color on Chris. So right now the Bureau has a couple of proceedings in regards to microgrids, in regards to the services and potential charges to use the wires. The Bureau has a proceeding in 2018. In regards to interconnection, the Bureau has an interconnection proceeding. So there are three aspects to the microgrids. There is the planning coordination in regards to what it is that we're doing in this initiative. In regards to the interconnection, there's an interconnection proceeding that is looking into 2030.5 in regards to the controller. And then in regards to the tariffs that may be used or paid to use the lines, there is actually a microgrid regulation that the Bureau was one of the first jurisdictions that put microgrid regs out there sometime in 2018. I want to give that an opportunity.
I just had one question for you. Could you just briefly describe how one would input data and then export data and say, if we wanted to overlay with irradiance data or cost data on specific projects? And then if you could speak to some ideas on how we might crowdsource the input data.
So working with data sucks, but a lot of this is shape files. I mean, if you want irradiance data, we get it from like the NREL Solar Irradiance Database, so you have to pull that in separately. RenCat is a GIS-ish tool that's kind of developed inside Sandia, but you can use like ArcGIS and tools like that if you're relying on shape files. But once you try to bring in too much disparate data, you're kind of like doing it on your own, like either in Python or MATLAB or something like that. So that is another challenge. It's like, how do you get all this information into one place to use it?
And then one follow-up. Is there any funding right now to work with Sandia to continue this project for Puerto Rico?
This project isn't really ongoing right now, but I guess talk to Joe, Uncle Joe.
Listen, guys, this is. I want to thank Ray. He was very, very, very receptive to our request to provide information, and we're very, very, very glad that he shared his knowledge with us. So right now we're going to bring Dan. He's going to be talking to us. So Dan Barneo, he's from also Sandia. He's going to be talking to us about the technical aspects of, as you know, there's a community project in El Consorcio Energético de la Montaña. So they are providing technical support to El Consorcio, and he's going to be talking to us about those technical aspects in support of that effort. But before we do that, I want to know, so how many people did not introduce themselves in the morning? Okay, so the people that has not introduced themselves, please take 1 minute. We need to know your name and a snippet of your background, please.
Hi, I'm Malu Blasquez, Executive Director of Reimagina Puerto Rico. It's a nonprofit initiative that was created after Maria to develop reconstruction recommendations, and we're now focused on trying to promote a just and coordinated reconstruction that maximizes benefits for all, and we're really focused in energy, housing, and water.
Who else hasn't? Yeah, please. And if you can pass it back, that would be great.
Hi, my name is Dr. Julia Hasty, and my background is in material science engineering and chemical engineering in the renewable energy sector. And in Puerto Rico, I've been working with about 4 communities that are trying to start electric utility cooperatives. So I've been following that, helping apply for RUS funding and CFC funding. And then additionally, I've been doing project management with microgrid development and solar and financials and things like that.
I work together. My name is Mario Landau Holtzworth. I work together with Dr. Hasty, and my specialty is in energy efficiency, microgrids, and electric vehicle infrastructure.
Hi, my name is Ruben Gonzalez. I'm a consultant to the Energy Consortium of the Mountain.
Hello to everyone. My name is Josué Colón, Engineer Josué Colón. I'm former CEO of PREPA, and also I'm the executive director of the project that Dan are going to demonstrate right now to you.
Anybody else? We got everybody? Fantastic. So I'm going to need the microphone. We're running out of batteries, guys, so we don't have too many microphones. So let me introduce, so Dan will take it from here. And like you've seen, I mean, this is a discussion, so anything that Dan may need a little bit of help on the side, so we got the group to actually support the beautiful job that Dan will do. So
You got the big guns in the back there. So. Okay. So I'm going to say just a little bit about what I do, and that'll kind of help lead to why I'm here. So I'm DOE Office of Electricity, from Sandia National Labs, and I lead the demonstration projects team. So this team, with the help of Ray's people, we do soup to nuts, if you will, projects. We go from the analysis, first we develop a project, we go through the analysis of a project, and we do this with all of industry, some utilities, behind the meter, academia. So we work with just a lot of different people developing projects. We start with the analysis. If they go on with the project, we help develop the RFP. We help them do the procurement. We vet the proposals. We go with them through the design, through the commissioning plan. We look over the shoulder during commissioning, and then we go into operation. And for that service, which is provided by the DOE OE through Sandia, Dr. Emery Juk runs that program. We get data from the operation, from the system, and that helps us learn how the system works. And for me, it just helps me learn what to do next. The lessons learned is getting to be pretty long, and then we go to the next project, and we continue that. And this here, going back here, so we're basically grid, right? We're just worried about the grid. We don't do anything like, mobile or anything like that. So we're just grid related. And these are the projects that we're involved with. So we're not studies, we're projects. We do the work. And in each one of these pins, there's a battery system sitting or going to be sitting underneath it. And you'll see Bijaba down there at the bottom right. And so what led us to Puerto Rico was after Maria. We have a contract with the Clean Energy States Alliance. We have an STAP program, Energy Storage Technology Advancement Program. And so Maria hit, and first thing I do is I call up my CISA rep, and I said, hey, is there anything we can do in Puerto Rico? So, man, right after the event, it was, wow, it was just crazy, right? Just everybody and their mother was just circling around. So we took a step back. We didn't do anything. And then the Clinton Foundation got a hold of Todd Alinsky Paul, who was my CISA guy. And through the Clinton Foundation, they lined us up with Josue and Ruben. And so we said, well, we're here, we can help, because we can provide the services that I described in the first sheet. And so they said, please, we would welcome to have you. So along with that, Ray Burns' team was doing a study on building a microgrid in Puerto Rico. And one of my guys was matrixed over to Ray, and so he did this study. And I said, wow, isn't this interesting? We can actually take a study, and as most of you may or may not emit. Most studies done by labs and DOE end up on the shelf collecting dust. And I said, wow, we'll take this study and we'll utilize it as a basis for a design for Bijaba. So we'll see. So what I'm going to go over now is basically the study. The study was done for an overall, the mountain area, and I did some cross through and just try to make sure you understand that that study now will be directed down into the consortium project. So this is the study, and I guess you probably have seen these pictures many times before and after Maria, and so you know, I don't have to preach to the choir that there's a problem with the power, and so this area in the bold here was the area that Frank Curry was the guy who did the study. The area that he focused on. And here are the cities. And I was talking to Carmen today, and you're involved with some of these cities, right? So what I learned today, which I did not know, is there's a private and then there's the consortium. So there's actually two projects. Can I say that? Two projects is going to be working in this area to build microgrids? So Josue said yes too, so I'm good. So I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous here because I feel like I'm down here, like, why am I talking about a project that I know very little about yet, because we're just starting it. We got our MOUs in place and our NDAs in place. But next week we actually get to work in the pre-planning, getting that application going, and to talk about how we're going to proceed. So the mini grid concept, I think Ray went over this, is basically, you know, be alone, stay alone, and be whole, right? You want the power on when you want it, when you need it, when bad things happen. So these are just kind of representations. So he had Frank had the north central, and so you got Cialis, Morovis. Those are two, but then Hawaii. Hayuya, okay, easy for you to say. Hayuya, Canalias, Dos Bocas. So they're kind of like in that area, but they're not part of it. And then you got the south central with Orocovis, Barranquitas, and Bijaba. Am I getting that? Am I getting close? You don't know how much I practice that saying that word. And then, you know, he just kind of combined them all together. So when he's doing his analysis, you know, he went through and the approximate peak loads, what we looked at. And you'll notice that so what I try to do when I say I scratched out to make it more the consortium concentric, I scratched out the cities that will not be part of it, and the more importantly, the hydro plants that will not be part of it. So then we're left with Bijaba, Oracovas, Barranquitas, Cialis, Morovis, and about 41 megawatts of peak load estimated. Now, so what part of our design will be when we go to do the design, or not, we'll reanalyze that and get not only the peak, but we'll get the average load data. And then we got the generation of Toro Negro 1 and 2. There's approximately 11 megawatts of generation. And then the analysis that we went through, or that Frank actually went through, is looking at what would you do if you wanted a 24/7, 365 day a year microgrid without any traditional generation. And then this is what he came up with. And boy, the the things didn't line up on the big screen as they did. So he started with the central, and so I did the cross out the consortium, and you'll notice that we're looking at about 77 megawatts of energy storage. And these numbers will all need to be verified, and I don't know if Ruben had a chance to look at my numbers and say yes or no to them. But then you have 237 megawatts of PV, and this 964 should actually be crossed out over here, but 964 megawatt hours of energy storage. So when I talk about energy storage, I really like to talk about the energy component, which is megawatt hours, and not the power component, which is the megawatt. And the next slide, so one thing to note is you'll see 964 megawatt hours of energy storage. That's a bit, right? That's a bit. And if you go down to utilizing the hydro, if you just with 4.8 megawatts of hydro, you just about have the megawatt hour of energy storage. So that's pretty big. So that's one thing that we'll be looking at very closely, is how can we utilize to take full advantage of whatever hydro is available, because that will really limit the amount of energy storage that we need to install. And then this is very high level one line of the electrical grid in the area. And that you'll see you got 38 kV lines connecting, and then you got 115 kV lines connecting, but there's no connection between the top and the north and the south. And the thing that's going to be interesting is we have the Hayuya, the Bocas, Utado. We have all that stuff in this, and it shows here. And I haven't seen this. I haven't been out there, so I don't know exactly how it's all connected. But it does show it electrically connected to the grid. And then this one basically is Frank's rendition. You know, him and I talking. It's like, wow, wouldn't it be nice that there's actually, believe that there's some substation work close by, that this connection physically is pretty much right next door. And so that might be a possibility to connect those two together. And then this is basically a representation of putting PV and batteries at each substation. But Carmen made a very good observation today that when the poles fall down, after the storm, what are you going to do? So it doesn't do any good to have all your renewables at a substation when the pole that's feeding you is down. So part of our process is we're going to have to think about that, and to think about really where to put the distributed energy resources. So I'm going to see this next week. Everybody here probably already knows intimately all these locations, but that's like the topo. And then I mentioned a couple of these, so we're going to have to, part of this project is we're going to have to look at the hydro, then we're going to have to look at the loads again, and then look at the solar, at the profile, to see, just how much solar we can depend on. We'll have to optimize the energy resources, the PV, the energy storage, any other, the hydro generation, any other generation. Then locate the resources so they're most optimized and they're going to do the most good in the event of bad things happening. We talked about this earlier too, about identifying the critical loads. I noticed with that that map of energy energy projects, PV and energy storage, that they're already going into some of these cities and going to the water stations and going to the schools to provide some localized resiliency that'll keep places for people to go in the event of bad things happening. And then the existing lines, we'll probably have to look at hardening the lines to make sure that in the event of an emergency, they will not fail. And then we'll have to do the interconnection between the north and the south. And once again, I just want to mention Dr. Emery Juk. I've been with him 13 years. He's like a father to me. He's just like, he provides me. I can never do anything right, and he keeps giving me money. And but it's been a very good program for us, and I think we've done a lot of good. So that's my story.
That's great.
I have a question. In the study, what kind of energy efficiency assumptions did you incorporate, if any, in order to reduce the overall load?
To develop the energy storage, that was looking at lithium. That was looking using lithium ion, which is between 80 and 90% efficiency for energy storage.
Energy efficiency on the demand side, yeah. So did you incorporate any kind of assumption or goal for decreasing the load within each of the towns that you were looking at?
No, we based it on the load we saw.
Okay. So that could probably bring down, if you
yeah.
paired it with energy efficiency measures, then that could bring down the overall system requirement.
Yep. The cheapest thing to do for all this resiliency and energy and all that stuff, turn it off.
Dan, so with respect to the main grid, right? What are the benefits of the consortium proposal in regards to for the public grid? What are the benefits that they could actually see from a facility being deployed like the one that you're describing?
So between me, Josue, and Ruben, we know everything. Josue knows the answer to that.
So please, this is.
Well, what I'm going to say is a very high level summary of what the project pretend in the benefit of the residents of those municipalities on the center of the island. But what we, at the end of this long road that are going to begin very soon, what we expect is to bring to those municipalities an electric grid and an electric system that can be standing alone and also connected to the grid to give them more resiliency and more endurance no matter the conditions that are on Puerto Rico in determined time. So the project, the main goals of the project is to avoid that those municipalities be again 8 months without power. That's the main goal of the project, and the Department of Energy and the lab of Sandia are committed to help us on that matter with other technical consultants that we have, and we expect to develop this project for the benefit of those residents on the mountain region.
That's it. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yes.
So, and you can share. That's outside the scope of this discussion. You can share. We're between family here, but I just want to make sure that the pricing and is outside the scope if you don't want to share. But yeah.
But it's important that everybody here understand that this project is possible only because of the assistance of many agencies from the federal government. This project will not be able to become a reality with private funding or something like that. So we are doing this because the Department of Energy, FEMA, and other federal agencies are committed to funding this project and bring to the reality.
So, and I'm going to insist on the question, and I'm very sorry, and I'm also I'm thinking about the public grid. So, for example, do you think that a facility like what you're proposing could provide some kind of a black start capabilities that's coming actually from Ray? If this is something that you have contemplated, what kind of services, what kind of capabilities you could provide to the main grid if needed?
Sure, the system that we are going to create are going to, as I mentioned before, to be able to produce all the energy that is needed between the territory limits of those municipalities, but also are going to provide energy to the system as a, you can say, as a black, when they need for a black star or something like that. Sure that we can provide that, not for the whole grid, but for the area that is near to our grid, sure that we can provide those kind of ancillary services.
Yeah, because I think that may be the ticket. I mean, what it is in regards to the public grid that will actually yield the most benefit. We understand in regards to the las 5 municipalidades, but then in addition to that, you know, if the T&D operator needs to, you know, there's a frequency deviation somehow, and they could dispatch you, right? So there gotta be some kind of coordination there.
And also, I think that it's important that I mentioned that in this project we pretend to have the control of the grid also that is in this area. So the TN, the transmission and distribution and substation and all this stuff from the T&D sector are going to be also part of the project that we are going to develop.
All right, we have questions down here.
Very
Is
ambitious.
there precedent anywhere for a project like this?
No, never.
Or is this a fundamentally new concept?
It's expensive.
For instance, well, it depends on what are you talking about, being alone or being that big? That big. You know, there's some pretty big ones in California. Now, there's that one, the Aliso Canyon. That was about, Ray, do you know, is that over 40 megawatts of, that big? So the Aliso Canyon down in Southern California, that's a pretty big one for size. For being alone, we're doing a project in Cordova Electric where they basically are an island because they're out in the middle of nowhere, next to nothing. You can't get there. They have to provide all their own power. And Jorge was talking about being able to control things. You know, one of the lessons learned on that project was that you're talking about control. This is how difficult it is that when they lost control signal, the signal went to the battery to shut off. Well, they don't have generators just sitting in the background spinning reserve. So if they lost the control signal, just this little, you know, a bit went out of whack, it shut the energy storage down. All of a sudden, their grid goes down because they don't have any spinning reserve, or there's no grid behind them to back them up. So there's a lot to go with this control problem that you talk about. And so, you know, 40 years I've been in this business. You know, Tom talked about being an electrician and whatever. I actually started as an electrician in the steel mills of Pittsburgh. And so the thing is one thing that I've learned is start slow, work out the bugs, and then keep building from there. And I think that's what we're planning here because we got phases, and we're going to go
That's right.
slow and figure it out and then replicate.
I just got one quick comment on. I think it's a great project, and I'd be advised to look at the solar resource very careful. You're looking at the high mountains. You're putting a lot of solar power out there. The resource may be questionable, but also the intermittency. Southern California has a very nice shine sky there, but the high mountains they have pretty clouds.
Yeah.
So I would advise to look at very careful in your forecast model to account for all these cloudiness, local cloudiness somehow, that most of the existing tools don't account for it.
Could I, and I'm wondering if you can clarify as well. So Walter over here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So it sounds like to build this mini grid is a very extensive undertaking. Can you speak some to sort of the practical aspects of building this? You know, so there's an existing transmission distribution infrastructure, existing hydroelectric generation. Those things need to be modified in some way to build this, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
What do some of those modifications look like? What needs to happen to do this, and what's involved?
We'll tag team. So the I don't think the Toro Negro is full output. I think there's some work that needs to be done with the actual reservoir itself. Am I correct?
Yes, yes.
And then the generators might need to be refurbished. But you know, none of that's like big deal, right? That's done all the time. You rebuild a generator, you dredge out a reservoir. So that's not a problem. As far as building, like if you think about it, it is a big project, but really all it is 5 little projects. It makes one big project. So you go to each area, you do it, you replicate it. Now, the intertie between the two, the north and the south, they're going to take me out next week. We're going to go look at that. So I don't know what that'll look like. Maybe you could talk to that, Josue.
Well, but I think that is more honest to tell you at this point that the answer for all of these questions are going to come in the next weeks after we start all of the technical studies that we are going to conduct with the Department of Energy and Sandia's lab. But as a conceptual summary, I can tell you that what Dan mentioned is that the project pretends to build 5 separate photovoltaic farms on each of the municipalities that are including the energy consortium of the mountain region, each one of 20 megawatts. But those are conceptual. You know, the final output of all of these farms are going to come out after the studies, as the other gentleman mentioned, because we need to evaluate the clouds and all the forecasts that happen on the mountain region. But the expectation is that we at the end can have enough energy from photovoltaic panels to supply the demand of the municipalities, and also to have a reservoir in batteries for the same. So more or less that's the project at all. The hydroelectric facilities that is in Villalba, we are going to refurbish the mechanical turbine and the components that the hydroelectric has, and use this facility as a control center, control room for the dispatch of all energy from all of these facilities. So more or less that is a project. But right now we are at the early stages of the planning. So maybe for answer specifically what you ask, we need to answer more down on the road.
Can I ask a sort of higher level question? So to make the case for this microgrid, one, I believe, would have to look at the grid, electrical grid properties of what cannot be delivered with the existing wires. So I can't reconcile the economics at all. This is, let's say, a lot of millions. The other one, if we didn't build them, how much more you need to innovate on delivery side, harden, so that you deliver it from larger generation. Have you looked even at just the basic arguments for building this big microgrid, a sort of standalone microgrid? I don't know if my question is clear.
So that's your answer, but I'll say one thing is he really answered it. Josue answered it right at the beginning. He said we can't afford to be down for 8 months. So, but you can fill in the blanks there, Josue.
And not really. I didn't listen your question completely. If you can.
The question is, like, if you do the studies, if you operate whatever is left, let's say after what happened during Maria, 50% wires went out on the high voltage level, you still serve 50% of critical load, let's say. And so what is the trade-off between relying on that versus just saying, I don't rely on that at all, and I just have to build this closer just to hydro and, lower level microgrid and not expect any help from the higher voltage grid?
Well, let me see if I understand your question, but this project pretend to be a standing alone project to supply the energy that is needed on those municipalities, but at the same time, these projects are going to be able to operate connected to the grid as part of the electric grid of the Puerto Rico electric system. So how these are going to be modified in order to answer your question, that's what we are going to do in the next weeks, because some of the electric cables or from transmission and distribution that are in this region, we are going to need to refurbish and modify very deeply, because if I don't know if you know, but those municipalities are not in the same circuit. They are fitted from different sources from the PREPA system. And one of the things that this project pretend is to connect all of these municipalities in the same circuit, so they can stand alone if something happened to the other sources of generation from PREPA or whoever are going to be on the generation side.
The simple point that I'm trying to make, you need a pretty detailed representation, electrical representation of the high voltage and medium voltage before you even decide what can be done. And listening to Sandy, I think that's not the model that exists now. So we worked on that, that's why I'm asking. Because electrical grid model for PREPA all the way down to, it's like 30,000 nodes. That I don't know who has what, but we have it. And if you try to simulate that and say, how does this mini grid fit in? Yeah. I think there are all sorts of questions, right?
Yeah. Well, all of these worries that you are bringing to the table are going to be addressed with the consultants that we are going to have, because PREPA, we already signed an MOU with PREPA, so PREPA are going to work with all together to make the new design of the electric grid that are going to be attached to those generation facilities that are going to be on those municipalities. And for answer your question in the best way that I can do now is that the grid that are going to be in operation after all of this is finished are not going to be the grid that you have right now. Are going to be a modified grid in the transmission, in the substation area, and also in the distribution.
Maybe the hardware design almost the same, but the dispatch very different, right?
Yes, that's right.
For example, hydro has to support voltage in the middle.
Yes, and
those studies were done. I think somebody needs to look into what do we know versus what the consultants are just starting.
Green. Mary, just green. Make sure it's green. Yeah.
Sorry?
Just make sure it's green so they can hear you.
I think this is quite serious, right? Because it takes a long time to do what you are suggesting.
No, but we already have access to all of these studies. Maybe I'm not answering your question in a complete way, but at this point, we are not prepared to tell you what specifically we are going to do with the grid and with all the components that are on the municipalities that are included on the consortium. What I can tell you at this point is that all of these are going to be modified, and we are going to use the studies that were made before. Even when I was the CEO of PREPA, we do a lot of studies of the grid before, but how the system are going to be completed at the end of this project is an answer that I can give you right now. I can tell you that by sure that the system are going to be modified very deeply in order to comply with the goals of the project that the 5 municipalities of the region can be maintained with energy even in worse condition.
Yeah, no, listen, I am so happy that there is this level of critical thinking in this group. This is very, very good. So one of the things that I was going to mention, and I think Carmen mentioned this, right, that these municipalities in the middle of the island took a long time to get to them. So somehow this is the electrical infrastructure resilience group. Somehow we need to actually come up with a way to characterize how hard it is to bring some regions of the island back versus the metro area, right? So somehow that needs to be quantified. And us as a group, I think that's an action item for us. So you know, the service needs that they have in regards to restoration times in Jayuya is very different from the ones that we got in Bayamon, right? So somehow
right.
we need to make sure that is visible for us.
Yeah, so I think I get a better sense of why maybe this project, no, and it's not only about providing services to the local communities in the central mountains, but perhaps a safety net for the island that could supply some of the other critical infrastructure on their emergency. So there is some kind of cushion along those lines. So let's say that will be something, you know, of added value to the main grid. I think the question about whether that is the right location for the safety net and how that will be connected. So I think that is a fair question that needs to be answered, and where it should be. What's the optimum location to connect to the critical infrastructure, or no? One other question is, do you consider also adding wind as part of the solution?
No. So I have a question for you. So you're expecting this little grid sitting up in the mountains that's feeding its own load and its only size for its own load to be able to provide a cushion to the rest of the island?
Yeah, to the critical infrastructure.
I don't know how you do that.
Airports, hospitals,
No.
properly connected.
So if you say you're going to do that, I'm sorry. I try not to give my opinion too much, but if you say you want to do that with this, it's not going to happen. But they have to run their own load. That's why they're doing
Yeah, and that's his assumption. His assumption is that his generation must run for his load. That's his assumption.
So,
and yeah.
So no, you don't. These guys are just saying, "Hey, we can't go 8 months, so we're just going to do a project." And I don't, you know, and
if you had an issue on the grid, for which, let's say there was no load, and you just curtailed all load in this area, and I'm not suggesting that, but I'm going to work up to a suggestion. Would it not be a resource that would be helpful to the island's grid? And if that's the case, isn't there a level at which you could have demand response in those communities so that people would be willing to provide assistance to the rest of the grid, albeit potentially for a price, which would help defray the cost of the grid?
so nothing is impossible, especially for the man that doesn't have to do it. But anyway, so yeah,
my life is
theoretically,
things, so
theoretically, you could do that. Realistically, would it really happen or not? That would be a nice contract between, you're going to ask somebody to shut off their power to
Or
feed
reduce their
somebody
power
else. So
consumption.
what's in it for them? Like, how much money are you going to give them for that, right?
It seems to work fairly effectively in many states.
Demand reduction, curtail, yeah. For industry, I don't know. Well, I guess they do it for your air conditioning, stuff like that for your home. So yeah.
That's a quick question in regards to the business model. Whatever, this is going to be a PPOA with the utility, or it's going to be using the wheeling regulation, or it's going to be direct generation to the end user. It's just a PPOA with water that the utility will buy that to the people, like the gas and whatever.
I think there is a confusion here to understanding what is a project at all. Because all the questions that I'm listening tell me that the information is a little confused. You know, this project are not going to be a project to compete with any project at all in the pipeline that PREPA may have in the reconstruction of the system and all the ideas that are in the IRP right now. These projects are going to be an energy project focused on the mountain region of Puerto Rico to supply energy to those municipalities from the point of the production of the energy to the point of delivery to the customer, the whole chain. This is going to be, if you can say that, a small PREPA, a small utility, but in the mountain region. That's the goal of this project. And that's how you can expand that, expand all the way. You know, we are going to own the grid, the customer service, the generation, everything in the change as an energy provider, but only for the main region. We are not going to use wheeling or any other kind of arrangement like that. What the discussions that are happening now are directed to the consortium own all the cables, if we can say it in that way, all the substation, all the components that are already in the region to be modified in order to comply with the needs and goals of this project. And that's the best that I can say in that point.
I think this, yeah, I think this is a, go ahead, Joe. Yeah.
Go ahead and make your point, and I just want to follow up. Okay. So again, I think coming back to this working group and coming back to what we're looking at, one of the questions that's been coming up and forming in my mind is, and this gets back to the conversation we had this morning, was we're looking at, there's a microgrid rule, there's a cooperative rule, there's mini grids, there's this mini grid concept. And so I'm wondering whether this working group should be asking the question, should we be looking at different topological changes on the grid? Should we be looking at different ownership models? Should we be looking at different business models? Is that a consideration for this group? And does that play into the resiliency issue?
Yeah, and that's exactly, Dan and I, we had that conversation. That's an excellent question, because in regards to the tariff and the business models, there's already open proceeding that the Bureau has. In regards to the interconnection, there's an open proceeding. Now, in regards to resilience, and one permutation will be, I understand that your analysis and your proposal is to actually write through your load when you have an interruption from PREPA, or even thinking that you are going to be your own T&D, operator comm. That's fantastic. But then maybe for the Bureau, in regards to thinking about directives, is for this kind of arrangement to have the technical capability to actually be able to exchange services, right? That will be a condition to actually let you actually go ahead and deploy, right? Not saying that actually I'm going to make you exchange the service. Is that you have the technical widgets, you got the toys, just in case in the future I want to do the change, it could get done.
I think it's a very fair question, but at the end of the day, when you look at the entire spectrum of the equation, everything is correlated to the point where if wheeling doesn't make any sense in terms of economic performance for the stakeholders, then obviously no one is going to invest money into it, and then we'll keep remaining with one central grid which is non-resilient, and it's going to have the same problem. So this is why you're looking at another way. I'm looking at the kind of same way to provide the electricity services as well, because we at the end need to go towards resiliency. But it has to be at a price that makes sense. It has to be within the regulations that make sense, and everything is part of the same conundrum at the end.
because from a purely engineering standpoint, and that's how I'm looking at it, okay? If you're going to change the design of the grid, the topology, all of a sudden, that starts to inform how you had to build out sensing, communication, control, computing, coordination frameworks. It affects all of that. And so the upfront considerations regarding the topology and how you want to design it up front changes what you need to do. And so this integrated distribution system plan is going to look at sensing, all the sensing, communication, control systems requirements that are needed to be implemented over time. So the topological question is a key upfront question that drives how you want to design the grid downstream.
And I completely agree with you. I'm sorry, very sorry. Two things. It means two components, two major components. The first component is giving the ability to experts of each pieces of that puzzle to spend their money and efforts just doing this and not having to worry about anything else. And the second thing is that it requires maybe to start with a tenth of that size and have the ability to scale up to the actual 100% of that size. And that's why I'm creating the company the way I'm doing it, meaning that it will remove all those frictions and limitations towards all the stakeholders of those mini-grid, microgrid, DR, whatever you want to call them, so that everyone and anyone can put their expertise into play and literally just focus on that.
Yeah,
so we can scale fast.
So just one quick thing. So maybe one of the recommendations to the commission is, let's have some pilot projects so that we can so that we can understand what the control, what all the engineering that needs to be done to actually enable these things, right? So I'm just throwing that out rhetorically. I'm not saying that you should do that, but that's a consideration.
I'm going to throw a follow-up thing out. So in the mainland, how accurately you control grid frequency is kind of a metric for reliability, and the less accurately you control frequency, I guess then the more likely that you're going to have issues. And in Puerto Rico, I've seen plots of how well y'all control 60 hertz, and it moves all over the place. And what worries me is it seems like it would be easier for a vertically integrated utility with their own communications infrastructure to control grid frequency, and now you're talking decentralized, breaking up into different all these control areas, and it seems like you'd want to maybe figure out why the grid frequency isn't maybe as tight as it should be, and then is going decentralized harder or easier to keep it tightly close to 60 hertz.
So Ray, if you had to
Dan, we need the microphone, please.
So going to this gentleman's comment, so basically it sounds like it's a bottom-up approach rather than a top-down approach. So how hard would it be to have various entities? Would you get a better frequency regulation or worse?
It depends what your control algorithm is. If you do distributed like frequency response where like droop everywhere, it's all independently measured, I could maybe see that working. But if you have, and coupled with some faster AGC-like system, but I don't know, I guess I'm just concerned that if you make it decentralized, if you can't get it right with a relatively small utility, having total control, you decentralize it, you might make it worse unless you think about it.
So when do you have to start thinking about it? With the first project or with the second or third or fourth project?
Well, I think, I'm a controls person, so distributed controls are great. It's fun to work on, but you have the communications requirement. And once you start talking distributed sensors or distributed controls and you need really reliable communications, that quickly equates to big bucks. It's really expensive often. So, and it adds complexity sometimes too.
So what do we do in the States? Because we basically kind of have this regulation authority, and I don't know the terminology, but you have all your different.
We have a combination of a lot of generators on basically frequency droop, and then we have AGC signals that are sent out by a balancing authority. And we have much tighter specs for what we have to do, and you don't have to be probably as tight as the U.S. is. And Puerto Rico, I'm not sure if they have even a spec they're trying to hit for frequency, but they do. Okay, do they hit it?
We were looking at it yesterday. Yeah, I mean they hit it by load shedding.
Well, all right. Well, that's kind of harsh, but I don't know. It's just something to consider, though. That it seems like the system isn't that big, and if you have issues getting it working now as a centralized system, decentralizing, and coupled with the fact that you have a low inertia system, there's less room for error. Because in the U.S., like one of the biggest banes of the ISOs is the neighboring ISO. There's a generator that just goes offline and it's interconnected. So they have a lot. You'd think they have really good certainty of what the tie line flows are between the different ISOs, but in reality they don't. And so if you talk about a model where you're going to break up Puerto Rico and all these mini grids, which are basically their own little ISOs, and then they have a lot of uncertainty with respect to what the neighbor's doing, since you have less inertia, it seems like that could lead to more problems.
Could I follow up on that? Just to echo the colleague from New York University, there are things that are really university-type questions, academic questions, where you do simulations, modeling to answer some of these questions. You don't go and spend X million dollars building the pilot point project to just see what is going to happen. We went through 10 years of that with smart grid modernization. We have a few pilot projects. What have we learned from that? We cannot answer the questions that are being raised. So there are large-scale simulations. We can simulate Puerto Rico grid, the entire one, compare what happens with the distributed frequency regulation, with centralized, what are pros and cons. I honestly don't see very much of that at all. The process has gone to, let's build something, let's try something. So I think DOE should probably consider that as part of the process also.
Can I follow up on the frequency regulation issue? Because one of the reasons that there has been an improvement in frequency regulation has been because of the economic signals, price signals that have been created in terms of speed and accuracy of response. And those were created largely in order to accommodate or because of the availability of storage and the recognition that storage wasn't being priced properly or frequency response wasn't being priced properly. And as a consequence of this, storage has become a reasonable business. Companies that had gone bankrupt are now viable, and so it's sort of surprising that with a frequency response issue in Puerto Rico, that you have an asset that could potentially gain great value from frequency response by participating in the operation of the grid, yet somehow you are drawing a circle around the area that you're going to be in, even though it's interconnected with the rest of the grid, and saying, we're not going to take those potential revenues because what we're doing is we're focusing on this as an energy project. And it just seems to me, having seen projects that I've been, that have crashed and burned, that's one of the mistakes that those projects have made is not looking at the various sources of revenues that are available.
Can I make a comment on that? Okay.
So I'm going to say that I misspoke because you are right. When the sun is shining and everything is rosy, that why wouldn't they sell the service, provide that service to the grid? Because I wasn't thinking along those lines. I was thinking when bad things were happening, what were they going to do with their energy? And it wasn't going to protect upstream, it was going to protect downstream. But when sun's shining, I agree with you. Why not utilize it to help?
So I'm going to agree with the initial statement that yes, that they can provide that service. But my background, actually, I spent a lot of time looking at market data in the U.S. trying to find value for energy storage. So I've written papers on most of the ISOs, and yes, you get paid for doing frequency regulation, especially in PJM, but because it was a popular and profitable area, lots of people have gotten in, and so now how much you get paid is much less than it was 5 or 6 years ago. So that gets to the and it's going to get so it's going to get worse. So you can provide the service, but then the question becomes eventually is what is the value of that service? So it gets to how much is PREPA or whoever is running the system in the end going to pay you to do it, coupled with, you know, the wear and tear on your system. Because if you provide frequency regulation, you're putting more cycles on your battery system, you might wear it out more quickly, and you have to look at, you know, what it's going to do to the life of your system. And then finally, there's the operational question you keep bringing up is, you know, how you operate that microgrid. If you're using your storage for doing other grid services and then something happens, you know, your state of charge might not be where it has to be to, you know, take you into off-grid mode and stay there for a while.
Which is a great...
It's a complicated issue, but yes, you should provide the service, especially if it's valuable.
It's a great segue to the planning coordination. One of the things that we're going to be looking is into the microgrid grid codes, some kind of protocols, dispatch protocols, exactly to come up with order in regards to what it is, how it is that you're going to be dispatching services. One of the things, so let me bring it from DC, from the district, to Puerto Rico. So right now, there is no ancillary markets in Puerto Rico. We don't have a system operator that actually has a, frequency deregulation market. Now that has to be evaluated. So right now, the way that PREPA operates its systems is that it has some generators that are doing frequency regulation. And that's what they have at this time. Now, if there is an opportunity to open the market for these kind of services to be put in economically, that's something that the Bureau has to actually do an evaluation on. And with the potential benefit that it could become cost effective. Now, it needs to become cost effective. Now PREPA will have to actually deploy the comms. They will have to deploy the actuators, the sensors, to actually be able to dispatch these services reliably, and that needs to be taken into account into the equation. I am so sorry, guys. I need to keep you here 15 minutes because Vanessa is going to show us the digital space, how it is that we're going to be using the digital space. So she has right now live on the screen how it is that we can actually interact using the app that they have habilitated for these initiatives. Vanessa, so yeah, it's all yours.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. I'm Vanessa Acaron. So here we have the workspace that we have created in order to inform these working groups and for every stakeholder to have the availability to get the information that we present here and ask questions for us to have into consideration while we are here in these meetings. So basically here we have the electric resiliency working group. Here, for example, in this working group, there are people that have already shared many files with us. So basically you will have the opportunity here to upload files. We can make different folders, like we were saying during the morning, making a library of documents that we can share. We can share the documents, that the presentations that were given out throughout the day. So basically, this workspace is for all of us to share information and gather information. So if these are the terms and conditions that everyone has should have received with their invitation. So I'm just going to go ahead and read a little bit about them. So the materials and information on the digital space are provided by the Energy Bureau and or its consultants and resources for informational purposes only and should not be construed as policy-making determinations. This digital space should not be used for advertising, and it should not be used for the transmission of content that is illegal, vulgar, violent, etc. Please do not share personal or private information, and do not make any libelous or defamatory expressions. Do not incur in any act that may infringe intellectual property rights. And this digital space, as the other stakeholder workshops previously held by the Energy Bureau, shall be governed by a modified version of the Chatham House rules. And the participants are free to use the information received, but neither the identity nor the affiliation of the speaker nor any other participant may be revealed. So what we can do is, if any of you didn't receive the invitation to get into the workspace, we can pass along a list for you to add your information and add your email, please, very clearly, so we can get the invitation for you. So, any questions? And also, we have, as with this working group, we have different working spaces for the other working groups that we have as well. So if you're interested in joining another working group as well, just let me know, and then we can proceed and add you to the working space.
So we need to respond to your invitation that you sent us, I think, last week?
I think you need to click and just go through the instructions, yeah, so you can have access.
One suggestion, it's
Yeah.
great that people are already posting, but it might help the rest in the group to have a conversation, and maybe there is something there about what those files are, or grouping them in some way, just so someone doesn't have to open.
Yeah, sure, I can go ahead and just go through the files and maybe make folders that are more intuitive in as to what that information is. So.
Or perhaps even like a basic catalog, file name, and one sentence description of what it is or something.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would say, just to save your time, people posting should probably be responsible for describing what
Yeah.
they're offering.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very good idea. So any any suggestions, just yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because in here you can just write or add information as to, well, I added these files and they refer to this kind of information and everything. Yeah. So. Yeah. Yeah. I have to get into it because I know that you can create, for example, a Word file and then just modify. But I don't know if there are track changes and that option can be on, for example. Yeah. So any additional questions? Yeah.
How is this information processed and the timeline?
So basically, all information that goes in here is going to be evaluated by the Bureau while we are working on the through the meetings. So basically, all information there is going to be under our consideration. All right, so I'll go ahead and I'll get a list. I'll put a list outside. So if you do not have access and want access, so you can go ahead outside and just leave the information there.
I would like to say something personal as a Puerto Rican public service announcement. The Bureau has made a lot of regulation. There's a lot of open dockets. And I know that these conversations are very important and there's going to be a report, whatever. But it's meaningful that your entity, the people who you represent or whatever, put input in the Energy Commission dockets in the regulation of demand response, interconnection, energy efficiency, so they can have input on the record and they can make a decision that then will be the soil or whatever for this to be a reality. So that's a personal recommendation, because sometimes it's very frustrating when the commission is doing the open comments. Sometimes you see the dockets and they're none. And we all need to build this, not in this conversation, but in writing, to help them to make good and wise decision, and also the utility and the other people involved. So that's a personal recommendation and invitation for all.
Thank you. I want to go ahead. Anybody else got a question for Vanessa Caron? So, one of the things that I want to do, I want to actually highlight that Dan, thank you very much for your contributions. I know that you just very quick provided the support, and we thank you very much for that. And I want to make that announcement public. So, so now we are going to take a 15-minute break, and in 15 minutes we come back. That will be 4:36, guys, because then by 5 we want to get out of here, 5-ish, close to 5. So let's come back at 4:35, please. Thank you very much. Okay, guys. So, son las 4:36. Si podemos volver a sentarnos. Estamos en la última sesión del evento de hoy. Y lo que quisiéramos es recapitular lo que hemos estado hablando. Y también vamos a tener una pequeña sesión de trabajo en la cual queremos ratificar que pues parece que las cargas críticas y las facilidades críticas se han identificado. Entre más rápido nos sentamos, más rápido nos podemos ir. I know, right? So yeah, guys, so let's go ahead and reconvene. The quicker we reconvene, the quicker we can be in our merry way. So one of the things that we want to do, una de las cosas que queremos hacer en este momento, queremos volver a repetir cuál es el propósito de estos tres eventos en apoyo del grupo de trabajo de la resiliencia de la infraestructura eléctrica. Lo que estamos haciendo en estos momentos, estamos evaluando los elementos que vamos a tomar en consideración para informar las recomendaciones que se le van a hacer al negociado para que el negociado pueda emitir las directrices de planificación de distribución eléctrica al operador de T&D. En este momento el operador de T&D es la Autoridad de Energía Eléctrica. Algo que estamos haciendo, tenemos tres eventos. Este primer evento ha sido más como un fact-finding, como decimos en inglés. Estamos buscando información que está pasando en el sistema. El segundo que tenemos, vamos a tener un segundo evento de resiliencia. El segundo evento va a ser en diciembre. Este segundo evento va a ser, ya sabemos dónde estamos, hemos platicado, a dónde es que queremos ir. Entonces, ¿cómo sería el camino a ir hacia la meta? ¿No? ¿Listo? Esta meta pues va a ser de una manera incremental. Ese es el propósito en este momento. Estamos buscando cómo incrementalmente vamos a desarrollar el sistema. Todo el mundo quiere un sistema real-time, súper dinámico, que tenga todos los servicios a la disposición del operador del sistema, que todo se haga automático, no tiene que ni coger un switch. Pero eso probablemente no va a pasar mañana. Entonces, ¿cuáles son las prioridades en este momento? ¿Listo? Hablamos a Tom. Tom dijo una cosa muy importante. Aquí la prioridad es, si no tenemos las subestaciones corriendo, pues si no tenemos subestaciones corriendo, va a ser muy difícil poder suplir a los clientes. Así que, ¿cuáles son las prioridades? Así que en este momento lo que queremos hacer, si es posible, veo al ingeniero Vélez, no sé si por ahí todavía quedan algunos de los otros ingenieros. Queremos poder verificar, creo que escuchamos una conversación donde parece que ya entre FEMA y la autoridad, pues ya como que se han identificado unas cargas críticas. ¿Listo? Si nos puedes hablar un poquito de eso y cómo nosotros podríamos, como grupo, ¿no? Y con la ayuda de Tom, cómo podríamos adquirir esa data, ver la data y qué clases de elementos pues ustedes utilizaron para llegar a esas conclusiones de esas cargas críticas.
Sí, saludos. Ciertamente, después del huracán María, personal de la autoridad se reunió internamente con los diferentes ingenieros de las áreas de servicio para identificar lo que ellos entendían eran las cargas críticas de sus áreas. Por ejemplo, cargas críticas que se identificaron, pues estaban los hospitales, centros o facilidades de bombeos de agua, o de manejo de aguas usadas, facilidades para los bomberos, y también había otro tipo de facilidades, por ejemplo, en lugares remotos como Vieques y Culebra, donde quizás pues, solamente tenían un supermercado o que solamente tienen una estación de gasolina, pues para esas personas de operación de la autoridad, pues representaban una carga crítica porque eran la única facilidad donde las personas podían ya fuera buscar alimentos o conseguir gasolina para sus generadores o para continuar manejando su vida diaria. Ciertamente, aunque nosotros en la autoridad identificamos estas cargas críticas y estos circuitos que las suplen, nos parece que todavía sería conveniente que pudiéramos nosotros, en la utilidad, poder confirmar con diferentes entidades, me explico, con los que manejan infraestructura de telecomunicaciones, los que manejan infraestructura de agua, con los municipios, para asegurarnos que esas cargas críticas que quizás nosotros identificamos son realmente cargas críticas de las diferentes áreas de la red. Esa conversación nosotros nunca la tuvimos. Esas cargas críticas la identificó la autoridad con su personal, que no necesariamente se traduce a las necesidades quizás del público, que yo creo que eso es parte de una dinámica que nosotros debemos tener con las diferentes, ¿verdad?, áreas que tienen interés, para asegurarnos que los circuitos que ya hemos identificado como que tienen cargas críticas sean los que son, y que la autoridad, al momento de fortalecer su red y al momento de procurar mantener continuidad de servicio, que esas cargas particulares ciertamente se mantengan con ese servicio continuo ante un evento de emergencia como huracanes, terremotos y demás. Esa información, pues sí, la autoridad la tiene, los circuitos que tienen cargas críticas ya nosotros los tenemos identificados. La parte de esta información, pues hacerla pública, ¿verdad? Quizás yo no soy necesariamente, ¿verdad?, la persona que puedo dar esa autorización, pero me parece que ciertamente quizás entre una petición entre el negociado con el director ejecutivo de la autoridad, me parece que ese tipo de información pues se puede ¿verdad?, dialogar con ellos, ¿verdad?, con los que manejan directamente de la empresa, para entonces conocer, ¿verdad?, si esa información se puede dar pública, ¿verdad? Hay información ahí, información de clientes críticos, que pues nada, habría que entonces confirmar, ¿verdad?, que esa información puedan darle al público sin ningún tipo de problema.
Perfecto, muchas gracias. Porque eso es una manera de priorizar las inversiones. Si se sabe dónde es que están las cargas que necesitan pues más atención, pues uno puede concentrarse en esas áreas. Algo que queríamos hacer, si es posible, I think that Chris may have a couple of questions in regards to the worksheet that is still pending. And maybe we want to go ahead and discuss those questions with the group without breaking, just with the group.
Sure. So if you look on your agenda, it's now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And we're going to have this conversation for an hour. And then we have another conversation that was scheduled for 4:30, and that will be another hour as well. So that's all good with everybody, yeah? All right. So one of the other sheets that was added into your folder should have been right after the worksheet on resilience was a worksheet on critical infrastructure. And part of the questions that we wanted to have was to have a discussion around the identification of critical loads or facilities or locations, because that information then will drive potential areas of focus for resilience, as Jorge just pointed out. And so I think for the most part we can skip question 3, which was, can the utility identify and maintain service to a critical load, which is what was just discussed, that you have a sense of where stuff is and you're working and you know the circuits, and so you can provide service to them. So that's part of the question. So I think we can skip that one. So we don't need to have a very long conversation. We have 2 more workshops where we can dig into this a little bit more deeply. But what we wanted to have a conversation with is, how do the people here define a critical load? Because part of the question, I think, is PREPA has a definition, but what do the rest of the stakeholders think? What is their definition of critical loads? Because we have a sense it's hospitals, it's police stations, it's fire stations. But as you pointed out, certain areas may not have any of those, and so they'll go to a mall or they go to the grocery store or the gas station. So for the remainder of the people here, who are everybody here, in thinking about what is a critical load for either the area you live in or the sector you are working in, how do you guys define what is a critical load?
Here's a entertaining answer. It's the load that is willing to pay the most for the service of uninterrupted supply. Purely economic. And I'm not saying that's the right answer, but it is an answer.
I think we discussed this in one of our breakouts. One of the concepts we talked about is the value of human life, like how critical is a load. Is it, are people going to die if that load is not working? We need it to. And then furthermore, if they don't die, are people going to get sick? Are they going to get sick for a long time? So somehow measuring the criticality on a scale of mortality, I think, and
Or the
impact
benefit
on
to
human life.
society or disbenefit to society, which I think captures what you're talking about.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Is there a definition for main? Is it above a certain amount of cargo or tonnage or number of people who work there? Or?
So would that be industries that have like the biggest economic impact of the island?
That's what I'm trying to get a definition of main. So we need some of those to remain open to bring stuff in. Okay.
I would say on practical experience, telecom, it was very challenging when the system telecom went down. You can have the best storage system, the best inverter, but when telecoms went down, all the energy storage that they communicate remotely, they were drained, they were crazy. And most of the energy storage, and I would tell 100%, they start draining because they weren't able to access to their remote contact points.
That's important.
Could I off of what Tomas said, and the idea of that maybe there's not necessarily a hospital in a in the mountains or in a region that doesn't have the population. Is there an ability for a community to apply and designate a school or a community center as that sort of critical point, so that there could be that at least one in every one?
Yep.
So I think that so I used to live in California, and there are statewide, the emergency services department, whatever it's called, they're the ones who would coordinate with the utility and the ISO to say, it's a really hot day, there may be some curtailments, go to the library or go to the mall or go somewhere, because we know those areas are not going to be curtailed in the event of more mass curtailment.
So in Puerto Rico, public schools tend to be shelters. Okay, sí, las escuelas son consideradas critical loads. Okay, excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, so some of the work that we've done with Rocky Mountain Institute and with Resilient Power Puerto Rico is look beyond, I mean, without a doubt, hospitals and telecommunication towers and airports and all of those are critical. But then even beyond that, some of the work we've done is reaching out to people especially in kind of outlier communities and rural communities that took an especially long time to regain power after Maria, and find out where they went every day or every week in order to charge their phone, in order to pick up supplies. And what we found is that oftentimes it can be a small business, it can be a bakery down the street, it can be a restaurant, a cafe. And so it's a more nuanced understanding of what is critical, but it's what is essential to the economy, to the cultural fabric of a particular community, and where do they look to go in times of crisis.
Mm-hmm. The person with the generator or the solar.
Right.
Okay. Anybody
So,
else?
so you know, it's interesting because I think Baretti mentioned the following, right? We talk about, hey, guy, do you all get calls from Don Carlos saying that, listen, I got a medical condition? And basically what he said, I'm going to have 200,000 people calling me, they have a medical condition, right? So how I'm going to prioritize? Listen, granted, they all may have a medical condition and, you know, they need attention. But then the critical loads, right? We got the airport, we got the Supermax because it's the only Supermax in the, right? The gas station. How do you prioritize that? I think this group needs to think about how to make those priority decisions and the framework so that could be recommended to the prep.
Right. So I think that gets into our second question, which is what are the attributes or qualities or priorities to have what type of service does a critical load provide? And then is there a prioritization of these are more priority, these need more prioritization than others?
Which is, when you look at the priorities, what are the impediments to getting those projects done from a regulatory standpoint? Are the things that PREP can do, are there procedures, are there new rules that would facilitate getting more things done that are priority?
What kind of rule would you think about? Because the one that pops off in my head is the one about the rate design, crafting a rate with certain requirements that have to say, you know, I have an iron lung, I can't be off electricity.
Well, I think that's, you know, certainly one type of rule, and I think another type, and I think you're probably more expert at some of these things than I am, might be how do we prioritize studies for interconnection? You know, does it make sense to prioritize interconnection or hosting capacity studies for critical infrastructure first, or, you know, in terms of the priority list first? Or is everything from something which is nominally not critical infrastructure to something that's absolutely vitally important critical infrastructure treated the same way in the queue?
Okay, that's an interesting thought. Any comments? What can the regulator do, since you brought it up, Carl, to either provide, I won't say it that way, to guide this discussion around the critical loads or the identification of it? Is it something like crafting a new tariff or a new rule? Is it issuing an order saying these qualities are the critical loads, go out and do it? What would a regulator need to do to sort of answer this question of the identification of critical loads?
One suggestion might be to choose some quantity or count per community of designated critical loads, and then ask the community to prioritize based on a specific number of, you know, quote unquote priority critical loads that might help to expedite the process, rather than just saying, okay, there's unlimited, you know, applications that a community could choose. If you say, okay, you know, a municipality of this size gets this many, and then you could actually prioritize those applications.
What maybe is there some commentary about how it's currently being prioritized and like a gap analysis to that? I mean,
That I was thinking that.
So I think the actual size of a DER should be limited to a certain size, so that it's easier for the regulator to define, first of all, what are the critical load, and for each critical load, what is the minimum amount of energy that needs to be provided. So those, every time there is a DER that's created, so it knows that it won't go beyond that size, and that for each specific participant or member of that DER that respond to the definition of critical load, then the system operator has to make sure within the operating agreement with the producers that it always has a minimum amount of energy to be provided.
I was going to mention while we're discussing this, if you can actually in your worksheet, whatever thoughts comes to your mind, just write them up. Si mientras estamos hablando, si pueden capturar lo que piensan en relación a esa hoja de trabajo, se le agradece.
I won't say like any technology at all, but I rather go back to basic and go back to facts. When hurricane struck Puerto Rico, at that point, governor enacted an executive order that allows people to install their DR photovoltaic system with storage without the PREPA process. And that was very helpful, empowering people to have the solution for their own issues on their hand and see that as experience, because the fact is, like, most of the reconstruction, I remember telecom or some other places, hospital, we can say that. But what I'm saying is government is just one entity and trying to reach a lot of people at the same time. But if a hospital, if a telecom provider, if a school has the resource and the power in their hand to have their own solution, can be a generator, can be CHP, or it can be a solar panel with storage. That is something that can be very helpful without the direct intervention of the state, and it was a proven helpful order that helped a lot in the reconstruction.
You asked a question earlier about what can the regulator do, and I don't know that it would strictly be the role of the regulator, but one thing that many critical facilities seem to have in common is that they are potentially public, potentially nonprofit, might not even be paying for electricity right now, at least not on the building level. And so motivating them to pay for resilience, even assuming they have the money to do so, which they don't always have, when they cannot compare, it's not like they can get a benefit from paying for a solar microgrid system on their roof compared to what they're currently paying PREPA, because they're not currently paying PREPA anything. So having the regulator then step in and require whoever it is that's paying for their power, whether it's an agency or whether it's even the grid, to say you need to harden or add kind of a redundant or extra backup power system at these types of facilities, that could be a potential area where the regulator could play an important role.
But that will be to increase the rate or have a new rider for that?
What do you mean it increase the rate?
When you say that, make them to pay for whatever.
Well, the idea is not
because
right,
after the energy efficiency charge, what happened, I don't foresee.
Yeah,
any
no, my
increase-
proposal
an
was
increase
not
in the rates.
increasing the rate or adding a rider by any means. My proposal was more about finding a way for the regulator to step in and create an incentive where there's not currently an incentive, or the ability to put in a backup generator or solar and storage microgrid. The gap there might not even be from the regulator, it might be more financial, but it's something to think about when you're looking at what critical facilities are and how motivated they are and what capacity they have to put in a backup energy system and harden their own power.
And giving the power to the people to make their own decision. Do you foresee that one?
Yeah, I mean, I think people have power. What they might not have is money or an economic incentive, and that's part of the gap.
Indeed, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we have one last question, and I guess something you brought up earlier, which is the interdependencies across the sectors. So the question is, who are the other players and stakeholders who need part of this conversation? So telecom companies, right? So part of that question is not necessarily where are all the cell phone towers, but from the cell phone company, where are the critical towers that need to be there to maintain the full connection to the network? Because I suspect it's built largely in a mesh type system where there's probably some redundancies of the network itself, but where are those critical cell phone locations so that that can remain energized either with a battery and or with a more direct connection to the system? Yes, go ahead.
I would also include the Department of Transportation, considering that some of the critical loads are critical precisely because of the remote locations. Maybe they could also be important in developing a plan during or after emergencies, like before, how do we prepare them, and after, how do we access them, especially the islands and the mountains, which we know that 3 days of rain, that means at least 2 roads are going to be closed.
I'm sure there are plenty of other government agencies that should be on this list.
I think that might take a look at the list from FEMA of the most critical of the critical infrastructures, facilities, and invite some of the folks off of that list to participate. And, you know, and that goes in a sense to, I think what would be helpful is almost case studies of how those facilities are proceeding, what process they're following, issues that they're, you know, what's working, what's not working, and then evaluate whether or not those are regulatory issues or intergovernmental issues or what have you, but to gain an appreciation for those case studies.
Right, and I think that was part of what the first NDA presentation was about, is that if we identified a school in the mountains as a critical load, but the roads get washed out, so you can't get to it, well, we kind of have to know how often are the roads going to get washed out, or the capabilities of the roads getting washed out, to even make sure that that is a viable, I mean, it's a critical load, but whether people can actually get there, and that will circle back into your ranking of, yes, the schools are really critical, but if we have a lot of rain and that road gets washed out, what use is that facility? Maybe there's another one somewhere else.
Yeah, but I think that there, you know, there may be special cases. There may be special cases like that, but I think also that there are a lot of pretty straightforward, this hospital center, this police station, this prison, these are critical infrastructure that need to have continuous power. I don't know if you recall, about a year or two, a prison in Brooklyn lost its power for a while, and it wasn't a happy situation for anybody involved. I mean, it was, so, I mean, we think of critical infrastructure and keeping people alive or transportation, but there's some things that are non-intuitive to me that are probably on that list.
And that's why keeping the size of those DERs limited is going to be very important to be able to effectively manage. It's much easier to manage, to provide roles and responsibilities to a system operator, to 10,000 DERs that basically have to apply the exact same rules, rather than having one having to handle the exact same size as those 10,000s.
Well, I was about to hand it over to Jorge since he's running the next part, so I'll keep talking.
A question that I do have, and perhaps for Tomas, and I'm on my cover, I'm not an engineer, but I see loads and critical in regards to the system. That was an issue on Maria about when the system went back and people were able to have access to the system, all old systems that they were installed, how to manage them. I don't know if cuando vino María y prendieron todos los sistemas, cómo interactuó el grid en los feeders, si hubo retos, porque era un mapa nuevo.
Well, right after Maria, it was crazy, really. We were trying to get the majority of the loads that we knew were critical at that time, but the thing is that we had a lot of towers on the, that went down. Feeders had the same situation. So yeah, it was very complicated, and what we did is where we found opportunity to maybe find different routes in order to supply these critical loads. We did that, but the coordinations were difficult because we didn't have good communications. So it was hard to get people from one area to communicate with the other in order to find out if there were different feeders to get to the critical loads that we had without power. So yeah, it was very complicated. And after Maria and a month beyond that, and even today, we still have feeders that are not normalized. So we are still supplying some loads through different lines or feeders in order to get to them. It's still, as of today, that's still happening. Yeah.
So this is fantastic. ¿Alguien quiere comentar un poquito más sobre el tema? Porque entonces, si no, lo que iba a hacer es lo que le voy a coger son 10 minutitos. Eso es todo. Le voy a coger 10 minutitos. Quiero de nuevo agradecerles por todo su tiempo. Esto ha sido un día bastante larguito. Le estaba diciendo yo que esta ha sido la actividad. Nosotros hemos tenido como 7 o 8 actividades de esta. Y esta ha sido la actividad donde hemos visto más animación. La gente estaba muy animada y diferentes puntos de vista, y eso está muy bien. El calibre de la discusión es muy buena, y en verdad que este grupo de trabajo nos debemos sentir orgullosos. Esto es lo que quiero hacer por 10 minutitos nada más y nos vamos. Por favor, hay una tercera hoja, y la tercera hoja es una hoja de trabajo, la cual está pidiendo lo siguiente. Cualquier tipo de estudio, cualquier tipo de análisis, cualquier tipo de evaluación que usted sepa que existe, por favor, póngalo en esa hoja de trabajo. Si usted tiene acceso a esa evaluación, a ese análisis, por favor, ponga en la lista que tiene acceso y por favor súbalo a la página, al espacio digital, si es un documento público, claro, al espacio digital que tenemos para este grupo de trabajo. ¿Por qué estamos haciendo esto? Hemos visto que hay muchos silos. Tenemos que quizás Sandía estaba haciendo esto para la montaña, entonces DOE hizo un estudio de la resiliencia, y tenemos aquí un reporte de la modernización del grid, y entonces NEPR-MI hizo otra cosa por acá. Y tenemos tantos y tantos reportes que a veces se hace un poquito confuso, y creo que este grupo de trabajo debería hacer una recopilación de todos estos estudios para no hacer 2 veces lo que ya alguien ha hecho. Maximizar las eficiencias y poder utilizar ese material como guía. Así que cualquier evaluación que usted sepa, por favor, póngalo en la hoja para que nosotros la podamos recoger en un momentito. Entonces, lo último que quería hablar es, hemos estado todo el día hablando de diferentes características, de diferentes atributos de la resiliencia en el sistema eléctrico. Le quería preguntar si ustedes creen en este momento, después que pensamos los estudios que se han hecho, en los análisis, si queda algo que deberíamos hacer como grupo de trabajo en relación a un análisis. Por ejemplo, y esto va a ser para la segunda evento de resiliencia, que es en diciembre, pero a través del grupo de trabajo le vamos a preguntar, aquí pues han habido diferentes iniciativas para reconstruir la red, para modificar la red. Tenemos los esfuerzos de FEMA. ¿Ha habido algún tipo de evaluación? Y claro, también está que sabemos que hay una propuesta, hubo una RFP para concesionar las operaciones y mantenimiento y el servicio al cliente del T&D. Con todas estas iniciativas, ¿ha habido un estudio del estado actual de la utilidad? ¿Listo? sea, ¿cuál es el estado en este momento? What is the current state of the system for PREPA, right? So, FEMA está ayudando a la reconstrucción. ¿Se ha hecho alguna vez? Eso se llama un baseline. Hay un baseline, ¿no? Por ejemplo, si se hace un RFP para que venga un operador de TND a operar el sistema entero, pues tiene que haber algún tipo de baseline, un tipo de current state, right? ¿Y cómo podríamos llegar? Por ejemplo, si existe, lo que tengo entendido, y creo que el ingeniero Vélez sabe porque yo hice la preguntita, creo que tengo entendido que Sargent & Lundy está haciendo aquí algún tipo de estudio. En ese momento la autoridad respondió que nos iban a dejar saber cuando estaba completado el estudio. Vamos a suponer que Sargent & Lundy está haciendo ese estudio, vamos a suponer que eso es verídico, ¿no? Pues ¿cómo podemos acceder a eso para que eso sea un buen baseline para nosotros? Y vamos a suponer que no están haciendo nada, que dijeron, no, mira, empezamos, pero no terminamos. Ok, pues entonces habrá que hacer un análisis del estado actual del sistema. ¿Por qué le digo esto? En otras jurisdicciones, pues hemos hecho este tipo de iniciativas y una de las preguntas que hicimos al principio fue, oiga, partes interesadas, ¿ustedes creen que hay que hacer un estudio actual del sistema? Eso fue la primera pregunta que se hizo. Para hacer un baseline, ¿no? Para saber dónde estamos, porque si no sabemos dónde estamos, pues ¿cómo vamos a llegar a donde queremos, no? Se lo pongo a ustedes, aparte del estado actual del sistema, no sé si tienen pensado algún otro tipo de análisis o evaluación que deberíamos estar pensando. Y eso es una pregunta al grupo. No sé si han pensado, pues, ¿qué cree que ustedes creen que debería hacer este grupo en apoyo a nuestros trabajos? Y es una pregunta abierta. No sé si... Sí, por favor.
Luego del huracán, como parte de las pruebas que nosotros queríamos hacer a nuestra planta, nosotros tenemos una planta de 10 megas en el sur, en Salinas. Y pues parte de ella, pues nosotros tuvimos que adaptar la manera interna en cómo estaba conectada una cosa con la otra para proveernos nosotros energía para poder hacer nuestras pruebas, aún desconectados de la red, ya que pues todavía la subestación de PREPA estaba en reparación. Y luego de eso nos dimos cuenta que una vez ya arreglamos y logramos hacer las reparaciones, nos dimos cuenta, mira, pudiésemos proveer energía si alguien la necesitase. Quizás hacer un análisis a todos los proveedores que están en utility scale, porque quizás si alguno de esos proveedores están cerca de alguna línea que sea una línea que provea a uno de los critical loads, quizás se pueda entonces conectar esa línea en particular. No sé si ahora mismo la manera en que están las subestaciones, tú puedes como que apagar algunas y dejar unas prendidas o no. Pero quizás eso sea una buena manera que se pueda analizar, porque tienes un punto que se genera energía que quizás está cerca de alguna carga crítica, y pues quizás hacer ese tipo de análisis, porque eso entonces te provee cierta resiliencia, por lo menos para lo crítico, responder rápido, sin necesidad de tú resolver toda la transmisión desde donde está tu producción principal hasta donde está tu carga crítica, no sé.
Sí, eso es muy buena propuesta, sí. Y quizás ya los desarrolladores, yo creo que tenemos unos desarrolladores aquí en el grupo, quizás ese tipo de estudios se ha hecho o... Por ejemplo, lo que ella está diciendo, pues si tenemos un desarrollador y está en un alimentador que quizás está en una carga crítica, si ese desarrollador pues se ha caracterizado qué es lo que se necesita para poder suplir esa carga crítica de... la facilidad fotovoltaica, en el caso que sea fotovoltaico.
Sí, nosotros hemos hecho eso en el pasado. Por cuestiones legales no puedo hablar mucho ahora mismo porque hay dos proyectos en el pipeline. Pero sí, se está haciendo y se está analizando. Y in regards to the recommendation for the Bureau, perhaps, I don't know if they have a regulation for emergency, because I know that the law mandates authorize them for emergency state, but if there's any regulation for emergency, so there's a regulation, because at the end of the day, there's a legal framework to follow, so I don't know if they can adopt a regulation to address this, how they're gonna work on it.
Right, you know what I'm gonna propose? Yeah, I'm gonna propose in regards to the construction code. So the construction code in Puerto Rico, They have some mandates in regards to backup power for critical facilities like hospitals, police stations. I think we need to dig deeper into what that says and who enforces it, right? So let's say we have a hospital. By code, they're supposed to have backup generation. They don't have it. Well, you're not meeting code, right? If you're not meeting code, how do you enforce that? By not meeting code, you are burdening PREPA, right? When in reality, you were supposed to be taking care of yourself during the short periods of time. So I will propose to actually dig a little deeper into the construction code on the island to see what it says and who enforces.
I think that's OGPE. We could invite them to join us here, maybe. I also think there's no director of OGPE right now, but could I ask just a high level question that I think will help direct the files that we would put on this site, which is just what the vision is for this group. We've got scheduled to meet again on December 13th and January 17th. But is the intention for this group to just meet 3 times? Is there going to be a final report that's put out and then this group disbands?
Right.
Or are we creating a sort of ongoing advisory thing like the energy efficiency rules propose, that a group come together and be forever advising on resiliency?
Right. So what is the scope of the group? So right now, this is the first gathering. This is more about fact finding, where it is where we are. The second one in December, actually, that's going to be, okay, we know where we are, where are we going, what is the route to get there. Then on January, we're going to have the last one. And that last one, we're going to be actually discussing the recommendations to the Bureau to actually get your feedback. After that, we're going to have about a month for DOE to actually, through ICF, to actually inform recommendations that will actually go to the Bureau. And then the Bureau will consider those recommendations informed by the work that DOE is performing. And at that time, it's going to be up to the PREP to accept whatever recommendations they see fit. At that time, they're going to issue a NOPR. That NOPR will be out for formal comments. So that will be a notice of proposed regulation, and the regulation will be the directives for the planning of the electric distribution system that will be issued to the T&D operator.
There was a... do you know if it is clear if the if these are if we're just here kind of talking about this and a report will be written and this stuff will be taken into consideration, or if we'll be asked to sign off and say, I support or my organization supports these recommendations.
So there's going to be a physical report that will be written that is actually being informed by your thoughts, your input, your feedback, and that report is going to inform recommendations that will be given to the PREP. Go ahead.
Is Jorge, will the working group issue everything in this meeting is public, right? And so there is going to be a transcript that's created and notes that are created from this meeting, right? And it's going to all be publicly shared.
I've never seen a transcript done.
No.
He's referring to summaries.
A summary document, right? The notes. Okay.
And it will be actually uploaded
These
to...
guys are doing it. Okay. So the second thing is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, okay? This working group will have its own set of recommendations that comes out of it that will be public.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to be.
Okay.
That's what we're going to be actually discussing on the 3rd on January. So the recommendation that as a group will inform the report from DOE that will inform the recommendations to the Bureau. That's what we're going to be discussing on January.
Just the point I want to make. Yeah, this is yours. This is yours in a second. Promise. Just from the experience that we had last year in the summer with the Rocky Mountain Institute report that we put together from a collaborator, it got really contentious on the back end with some groups saying, well, I'm not going to sign off on it because this thing is important to me. And it got really kind of tedious. So I think it's important on the front end to know, are we going to have a report that we're going to ask to say, like, our organizations have created the support?
So, no, the thought, I understand because I was part of the, yeah. So, no, it's not about listen, you need to sign in. So actually what we're doing, we are, as part of our job, is listening to, you know, what you are telling us in regards to feedback. We're capturing that. We will actually show it to you in January, right, for commentary. And then we will recalibrate as a function of your commentary. But it's not like it's a formal document that you need to sign in. Now, you will have an opportunity for formal commentary, you know, after they issue the NEPR during that period. So this is, so it's a little different from their RMI approach.
And I think the other thing I would just clarify on that, you know, some stakeholder processes are designed to drive toward consensus so that there's a single body of recommendations that everybody does collectively sign off on behalf of their organizations. I think that's not what we're talking about here. I mean, ideally, we'll all reach to a common place that we feel good about, but the report will mainly be a reflection of the discussion and the recommendations. But yeah, as Jorge said, not something that people will be asked to sign off on behalf of their organizations, nor abdicate any opportunity to provide comment later.
Good. Jorge, no creo que estemos todos los stakeholders.
Sí, es verdad.
Y creo que debe haber por lo menos alguna reunión donde sea prácticamente compulsorio la asistencia de stakeholders como Police Department, Fire Department, hospitales. No lo hemos visto aquí.
Translator's not working right, Maria? Okay.
It's not working, the translator.
Maybe they left.
Yeah.
They left.
We give you a really quick summary, por favor, si le estamos escuchando.
Okay.
Yes.
I understand that we are the stakeholder who are voluntarily has been interested in participate. But there are other parties or other stakeholders that I think that it should be compulsory for them to assist or to at least be present in some of our meetings. And I also recommend that each of these stakeholders should bring at least a list of facilities, buildings, installations that are critical for them. And maybe this list, in my case, my company has 1,000 of installation. That's not a good list that to supply to the Electric Power Authority. Or let's say we have to submit our critical buildings list to the Bureau of Energy. So when they meet with the Electrical Energy Authority, let's look at this list. There's a list for everyone. How we can come to a good terms with everybody.
Sí, definitivamente. En este momento va a ser un poquito difícil que sea compulsorio, pero algo que le voy a decir, la experiencia que hemos tenido, cuando nosotros hacemos el reach out, la gente está respondiendo. En toda honestidad, no se hizo reach out a la policía, no se hizo reach out a manejo de emergencia, no se hizo reach out a los bomberos. Tremenda idea. Así que yo creo que si podría, antes de irse en la lista, póngame a lo que usted cree que se tiene que hacer reach out. Y en la experiencia que hemos tenido, cuando se hace reach out, por lo menos empiezan a comunicarse con nosotros. Sí.
De que cada cual tenga su lista con prioridades es importante.
Sí, y exacto, cómo priorizar, correcto, sí, definitivamente.
So I think it'd be great if you would present on what Claro's position is on what their critical facilities are.
Well, at least they are critical. At least one critical facility for us was our main building, which is where the building where we do some how I say toll switching, which is long distance callings, and the internet hub, and then switching office in each of the towns of the island. At
Yeah.
least one switching office and cellular towers.
Right.
Some of the critical cellular towers. So in each place, everybody can get to get signals.
Right. I mean, that's what we were talking about earlier is PREPA has a sense of what theirs are. Only you know what your critical facilities
Yes, of
are.
course.
And I think part of this discussion of ensuring that communications for the provision of electricity service, we know where those things are, and if the other sectors could bring similar lists to inform the regulator and the utility or the T&D operator, whoever that may be, of, hey, these are our locations that are critical, put them on your list if they're not there already. So I think that if you wanted to do that for Colorado, that'd be great. And
Ponemos en la agenda para que nos pueda dar una presentación si tiene la
We can
disponibilidad.
even get a better discussion if, let's say, we have 1 kilowatts for all of us. I mean, stakeholder. How much you want? Let's say not 1 kilowatt. Let's say 1 megawatts. If there is only 1 megawatt, who needs this energy first, and how much? If we fight each other for the energy, for that budget of energy, you probably get who wants it more or one needs more.
or it would encourage other investments in batteries at your cell phone towers.
Excuse me.
It would otherwise it would also encourage you to put batteries at your towers. If you lose,
we have
Yeah.
at least 3 hours in each place, in each site. In some places we have up to 8 hours, and emergency engine. Not all the cell towers have this emergency engine, but we are in a rush program to add more emergency generators to each one. But there's a lot of places. And let me tell you, one of the bigger problem for us was some places, in remote places, I put an emergency generator today, tonight, yesterday, I put it today, there's no generator, someone take it away.
So, thank you, Maria. So, maybe we talked about this, but we're gonna have to be really careful about sharing information on critical facilities.
Oh, yes.
Right?
There's a
Because,
security problem.
right, because there's, we don't, for the reasons that you mentioned, right? But then secondly,
places.
right, so we have to be really careful about sharing
Yeah,
critical
that-
infrastructure.
For the FEMA list, like, I'm really excited. I really want to see that list.
No,
I
yeah,
don't know if you can actually share it. I don't know
right.
if you
I think, Joe, this is more about hospitals and police stations. I think the critical infrastructure information you might be talking about is about, what FERC will consider critical.
That if you hit the infrastructure
Right.
with a malicious attack.
It would bring the system down, stuff like that,
Yeah,
yeah. Yeah, so we just have to be careful.
Yeah.
But the second thing is I think it's really, we have to figure this out, because I don't know what the answer is. But I guess as a group, this is my suggestion. We have to figure out what information we need to look at versus what kind of analysis we think we need to ask the utility to do. Because we don't necessarily have to look at that information as a group. We could just we could just say, okay, utility, we want you to look at critical infrastructure information. Here are very, very specific questions on it. We want you to do analysis. This is the kind of information we want you to bring back. Right, back to the commission, right? So we don't have to do all the work. We need to be able to provide the recommendations to the commission so the commission can make the utility do the work. That's really kind of the role of the working group. Now, we have to go through an exploratory effort on our own to figure all this stuff out, right? But there's a distinction there between really what we need to do and doing a lot of analytical work.
Could I follow up on that?
I agree.
I think it goes back to even the question that you raised earlier. Do we know anything about baseline for the infrastructure, for the entire PREPA electrical infrastructure? I've talked to several people during the break, sort of double checking, doing sanity check myself. I think that utilities do not have software now to tell you when X% of the grid fails, what they can serve, what they can't. So, I mean, we have to take that as a fact and then see which other entities could help answer those questions. But, you know, they're very thin. I forgot Thomas, or yeah, he was saying they have 3 planners there. What can they do with the software? So we need to team up, connect the dots. So some people are doing these things, some people are doing these things, and I think the question about baseline and also compulsory stuff that was brought up, without naming vendors, but you know they're well known, they have done studies of Puerto Rico for PREPA. What is available? Where are the contingencies? Why didn't they come and after all of that money they've spent, report of what Puerto Rico can do and not PREPA during extreme events? That's a very good starting baseline so that we have something, you know, to compare against. You know, if you want to put the microgrid, you know, standalone microgrid, how does that fit into? And then I think it opens completely new questions towards, are we using the right analytic tools to answer these questions, or is there room for innovation to learn a little better with better analytic tools, what needs to be enhanced and so forth. I think, Joe, that almost should be a little assignment for subgroup of people, because it's a big job, and if people have not looked into this, we'll end up asking exactly the question you asked. Do we know what the baseline is on PREPA? And that is not a good outcome, I think.
Just for context, the resilient is for a catastrophic event or a Maria type, or it's just half of Puerto Rico and the other half? I just for conceptualize what kind of resiliency we're talking about. It's just
is electric infrastructure resilience is of course is going to address something like Maria, but it actually could address a man-made, you know, event. It could address an earthquake.
I would say it's more of an ongoing thing, continues, precisely because, well, accidents happen all the time, and well, cats get into substations too. So yeah, so if we just focus it on force majeure, then I don't think it would be resilient for real.
I please.
Oh, I mean, we're talking about portions of the grid and access to information and planning, but I wanted to ask you, you have 3 engineers on your team? 2? Okay. And then there's a stack of projects, and then what's your greatest challenge in getting through that? And whenever you look at several projects at once in one area and you do hosting capacity and all that, I mean, what is the timeline? If there was going to be one challenge that you would wish would go away overnight, like what would it be? I'm just curious.
Oh, he's smiling. He knows.
Yeah, it's yeah, I know. No, but yeah, it's difficult. What we try to do is establish priorities. There are different kind of projects that, you know, maybe we can move farther away in time, but there are others that require us to move fast. For example, if there are studies that need to be done quickly because people are experiencing continuous service problems, and they need us to perform the study because our department is the only one who performs power quality studies in PREPA. So I have to, you know, assign an engineer to do that, and maybe other tasks, like for example, maybe preparing plans or giving information to, for example, the legislator, to the senators and different entities that require information from our department, that takes a lot of time from us, and sometimes we don't have the opportunity to maybe concentrate on some kind of problems that we are experiencing now. For example, I would love to have a person who could be researching and looking for ways on how to modernize our distribution grid. I don't have that. In the past, I did that, but years have passed, and I know that technologies have changed a lot. I would like somebody to do that, and I don't have anybody to do it. Right now, we are trying to do the priority studies that we have. Our planning processes are like stuck. That's the truth. Even though in the past years we had plans every year, we performed plans in order to upgrade the distribution grid and expand it and make sure we could get to the new loads or new generations to being integrated into our grid. But for example, for the past year, we haven't had the opportunity to do that. So there's a lot to be done, and we know there's a lot to do. But if we keep losing resources, it's going to make it even harder for us.
No, en verdad que muchísimas gracias por expresar y ser tan cándido. En verdad que la autoridad es una cosa, por ejemplo, esto es una jurisdicción en Puerto Rico, ellos tienen que darle cuentas al negociado, entonces también le tienen que dar cuenta a la legislatura. O sea, eso no se ve en otras jurisdicciones. Muchísimas gracias por toda su cooperación, su colaboración, por compartir sus conocimientos. Algo que quiero que por favor hagan, todos los worksheets que usaron, si lo pueden por favor dejar en esta mesa. También tenemos una hoja de evaluación que si la pueden llenar se lo agradecemos. Entonces los próximos pasos es, por favor vayan al espacio digital que le enseñó Vanessa Carón, para que entonces ahí vamos a poner estudios y análisis para que los podamos repasar. Y si ustedes pueden darnos información de cómo, que con esos estudios y esos análisis, ¿qué tendríamos que preguntarle a la utilidad que le den al negociado para poder hacer la planificación de una manera ordenada? Así que yo creo que esa es la asignación que vamos a tener. Vamos al espacio digital, vamos a ver los documentos que vamos a colgar y dependiendo de esos documentos, pues nos pueden decir y nos hablamos en grupo que cuáles son esos análisis, cuáles son esos estudios que entonces el negociado le tendría que pedir a la utilidad que hiciera para hacer un baseline, saber el estado actual del sistema. Muchísimas gracias. En verdad le voy a dar la palabra al comisionado Ramos para que de una manera formal pues nos despida del evento. Y quizás no tienes...
Well, everybody, thanks for coming on behalf of the Energy Bureau. All of you, everybody that came, and especially to you guys that are still here. I think it was a really productive day, and we're looking forward to the final outcome. So there's another workshop tomorrow that I would like to thank the DOE also, Joe and everybody else, and ICF. There's another workshop tomorrow on hosting capacity, and everybody that's here is welcome to be here tomorrow. Have a good evening, and thank you for coming. Is that? It's like God bless you, everybody.